Hello, everyone, and welcome to another wonderful Cinemateq live stream where I'm going to make, like the protagonist in that new David Fincher film, and assassinate all of your Letterboxd profiles. Well, not all of them. That would be ridiculous. There's like hundreds of people probably who are still waiting to get roasted. And we are going to do our best to roast the absolute shit out of all of them eventually. So you guys all know how this works. You've been here before. You know what's up. My name is TJ, and for some reason a lot of you love it when I roast your Letterboxd profiles to the goddamn ground. So I'm just going to keep doing that until we're done. Until there are no more Letterboxd profiles. It's a fairly small site. Probably won't take that much time anyways. If you would like to have your Letterboxd profile roasted, please get down into the description box below, click on that link to the list, sign up by just commenting on that list, and you're good to go. You want to jump the line? You don't want to wait for potentially months to get roasted? Well, then you super chat. You super chat right there in the chat, you go to the head of the line. That's how this works. That's what we're doing. That's how it's always going to be. And as always, I'm going to say hello to every single person who's in chat right now. Give them a nice little hello. And while I do that, throw a GD like on this live stream. Trying to keep it PG today, for fuck's sakes. Just kidding. I would never do that to you. So who was here first? Robbie. Robbie was here first. And also, Robbie, I just want to ask you a question. I see further down you commented something like, smoking some za, gonna be lit. Za? Za, Robbie? You're smoking za? You know, as a millennial, when I see that word, the only thing I can think of is spaghetti. So I'm looking at that, very concerned for you. Smoking spaghetti, Robbie. Please, please, boil your spaghetti. Don't smoke it. That's probably not good for you. Who else is here? Snoopy is here, and Trey is here, and Tim, and Seti, and Paul, and Wolf, and Seb, and Knox, and Joshua Breen, my favorite villain from Star Trek. Yeah, Star Trek. Motion One is here, Crossfire is here, Dooman's here, Jake is here. What up? What up to one and all? Glad to have you here. Now, we will be doing the roasting. Oh, I also see Brianna's here. Bonjour to you as well. What's up, Canadians? We can speak two languages. Just kidding. Most of us only know one. Usually when I do these live streams, I like to roast everybody, and then I like to do some things in between the roast, just to keep things a little bit light and interesting so we can have better conversations about film. And in today's live stream, I'm going to be making a new list, and this list will be my Hooptober list. I don't know if anyone here is aware of this. I only just became aware of it today, but it seems like something that a lot of people on Letterboxd are into. It's basically making your watch list for October, but there are rules, and lots of people participate with these rules. So I kind of am fascinated by it, and I'm going to be creating a whole watch list for October that will be defined by these rules, which I think are kind of interesting and will force me to watch films I've never seen before, which is always a great thing. I also think this will be a wonderful palate cleanser after seeing 30 plus films at the Toronto International Film Festival in September, because I will really, really be in the mood for films that are just gory trash. Oh my God. I will be up to my goddamn neck in like European art cinema, and I'm just gonna want some trash. I'm gonna want some good old trashy films, and I think this is gonna be a good way to actually get into that. I mean, just looking at this guy's list, like this film here, Lair of the Lair of the White Worm. If I hadn't already seen this film, this would be going on the list, because this is trash. It's good trash, but still trash. So much trash. And so that is what we are going to be doing. We're going to be eating up all that garbage. People are going to be calling me Cookie Monster? Does Cookie Monster live in a trash can? Or is there a green one that lives in the trash can? Who lives in the trash can? Oscar the Grouch? Does Oscar the Grouch live in a trash can? See, the problem here is that I haven't watched Sesame Street in like 30 years because I am not a child. So sometimes I forget these things. Ah, yes, Oscar the Grouch. People are going to be calling me Oscar the Grouch, but with horror films, because I'm going to be covered in so much trash. It's going to be fun. We're going to have fun. We're going to do fun today. It is Oscar the Grouch. Nice. Have they ever had Oscar the Grouch, like, on the Oscars? So then he can get, like, I don't know, he can say a joke being like, why did you name this award show after me, but like not have the awards look like me? Are you scared of green people being represented or something? Like, make some kind of joke like that. I'm not a writer. I'm not a comedian. So I don't really know. I don't really know what a good joke would be. And you know, it's definitely not a joke. That's Robbie coming in with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Robbie. You're going to be going first. Really, Robbie? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let me just get this set up. Have I roasted you before, Robbie? I'm not sure. Okay, I don't. I mean, looking at this, I don't recall it. I'm dying. Does the Cookie Monster live in a garbage can? Look, I mean, I don't want to get too much into this, but I imagine that if we were to put like the Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch side by each, there wouldn't be like much difference aside from the color. And I bet if a colorblind person were to try to tell them apart, they wouldn't be able to do it. So if you want to be bigoted towards colorblind people, I guess that's on you. Attack of the Clones is the best Star Wars movie. Are we doing factually incorrect statements in chat right now? Is that the meta? Oscar is literally a grouch. Doesn't mean that he lives in a trash can, though. Grouches don't have to live in trash cans, obviously. Wait, yes, October. It's a great time to watch disturbing, scary movies. Great. Hell yeah. We're getting satanic this October. Let's go. I mean, aren't we satanic all the time? Speaking of all the time, why don't we roast Robbie? Really, Robbie? I guess he just really needs you to know that he's the real Robbie. He's kind of like Eminem in that way. In fact, you're even doing the RR, not the Eminem. So does that mean that your hip-hop name is R&R? Wait, Eminem R&R. Yeah. Is your rapper name just like relaxing? Do you do chill hop type stuff? Have I heard your music while watching a cartoon version of a girl do her homework for ever and ever and ever? When is she going to be able to stop doing her homework, R&R? I feel like that's a question that I need to address to you specifically, since I feel like you are caught up in the industry of chill hop that has taken over the youth for the last couple of years. So I guess now that we've gotten into your musical career a little bit, maybe we should focus more on the films that you got going on. I can see up here that you have, what is that? Oslo, August 31st. I believe this is a film by Joaquin Trier, the guy best known for directing Worst Person in the World. And I guess since you have that film up top and not Worst Person in the World, I can only assume that you're trying to convince everybody that you're like a cool film person. But I think we all know what's going on. Especially now that I can look at this photo of you and see that you have purposely manipulated this to make it seem like there's just these wonderful God rays coming out everywhere, like you're some sort of exalted person. You are trying to portray yourself as a cinephile supreme here, but you can't because your shirt's not fucking tucked in, Robbie. I don't care if that's like part of your hip-hop persona or not. You gotta tuck in your shirt if you're gonna try to be the cinephile supreme with the way that you light your images. Do not forget that. It always pays to be neat and tidy. What else do we have on here? Blue Valentine. Isn't that problematic? This is a film that I haven't seen. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's that depressing film with that one Canadian guy. And Michelle Williams. Who directed this? Someone I've never heard of. Oh, the person who also did The Place Behind the Pines. Yeah, someone should probably, like, check on that guy. I think someone should check on that director. Should we be checking on you, Robbie? You do live in Oxford, after all. You don't really have much to look forward to in life. We also have the Basketball Diaries here, which is suitably also depressing, and Apocalypse Now. And I can see with these profiles, Robbie, or not with these profiles, with these posters, Robbie, that you seem to be going for that sort of dark aesthetic with these posters. I know that this is not the proper Apocalypse Now poster. Of course I know that. This film's in my top 4. I know this movie like the back of my goddamn hand, which is beautiful, by the way. And I can tell here that you're just trying to make things, everything dark. Everything's supposed to be dark with you, Robbie, and I don't get it. Shouldn't Donnie Darko be here if that's actually the case? Maybe this is another example of you trying to be a little bit more edgy than you actually are. Could be the case, could not be. Ooh. Looks like we actually have some words here to go by. Some actual reviews on your recent activity. Birdman. Wait, is that like the Birdman? So you just commented vulture here. I suppose this is meant to be a an allusion, a reference, if you will, to Michael Keaton's character in the Spider-Verse or MCU or whatever the fuck we're calling it this week. And I hate that. I hate that we are taking, or at least you are taking, a film that is supposed to be, meant to be, some kind of comment on the artist's relationship to the audience and also performance at large. I'm making shit up as I go at this point, and then reducing that to a comment that just involves the MCU. Can we not just move past the MCU? Do we always have to live in his goddamn shadow? I would love to not live in the MCU shadow anymore. And here, talking about Blue Valentine, you said the best pacing I've ever seen in a film, hands down, definitely my favorite romance. If I check the time on this movie and it's like 3 hours long, I'm gonna throw up. Okay, it's less than 2 hours. Thank goodness for that. I get to keep my lunch on the inside, and my dinner, and the popcorn that I ate earlier today. Today's been a good food day, probably. Popular reviews. Oh man, my lunch did just try to get up out of my throat, because I guess a popular review for you is 3 likes. Oh well, what can we expect from someone who only has 15 followers, right, Robbie? Don't let it get you down. I don't relate to the guy at all. I said I'm literally him the whole movie. Hold on a second. You think you're literally the guy from Drive? How can that be possible? The guy from Drive has talent. The guy from Drive can actually drive cars and is talented at doing that, Robbie. Do you have talent, Robbie? I don't know. You're only getting 3 likes on your Letterboxd reviews. Kinds of make me think that you don't. At least not at this. And then you also have 1 like on Daddy Daycare. It's a lit movie, 3 stars. Wow. What wonderful takes we're getting today. This is great. This is awesome. I love this. So now, why don't we move on to the list? And for those of you watching at home, yes, I am trying to do these a bit faster. I think last time my average per roast was like 25 minutes, and that's ridiculous. It shouldn't take me that long to make you guys look like fools. In fairness, you give me a lot of material, but I should be able to cut that down. And I see that, Robbie, you're trying to cut things down here by only having 3 likes. Your favorites, your Cronenberg ranked, and your Scorsese ranked. And I imagine you're trying to not get labeled as a film bro here. And yet, I'm only seeing a list for white men who speak English. So I think maybe you're still a film bro, Robbie. I think you're still a film bro. Maybe you're trying to hide a little bit. Once again, trying to be a little bit more edgy, but I think you still might be a film bro. What are these faves, though? What are these faves? Akira, Blowout, Will We See a Film directed by a woman? I don't think so. That's the theme song I just made up for this entire fucking channel. Dead Man Shoes, Yojimbo, Heat, The Fly. What is this? The Departed. The Departed. More like The Departed, right? Departed? Everyone departed and departed? I don't know. Godfather Part 2, Taxi Driver. Yep. Lots of violent movies where dudes are just doing violent things to one another. And Dog Day Afternoon, which is also awesome. But, you know, kind of what you'd expect. Cronenberg ranked 6 movies. You know he's directed like over 20, right? I think maybe you need to watch a bit more. Also, putting Eastern Promises over The Fly and Videodrome and Dead Ringers is, and I've mentioned this before, a hate crime against Canadians. It is. Because what you're suggesting here is that David Cronenberg's mostly not Canadian film, Eastern Promises, you know, the one that takes place in Russia and features only Americans in it, is somehow better than The Fly, Crash, Videodrome, and Dead Ringers, all films that take place in Canada and feature Canadians to some extent. At least they all take place in Toronto. We know that for sure. So, yes, this is an affront to my Canadian brethren, and I would urge you to reconsider. Although you do get to see Viggo Mortensen naked in this movie, you do get to see the full dong, so I won't dock you too many points for that. It was a special moment for all of us when we got to see Viggo Mortensen's dong projected on 35mm in a theater in like 2004? 7. Special moment for all of us. What else do we got going on here? I guess I gotta take a look at the films, right? Gotta take a look at the films. I gotta see what else is going on here. Oh look. They're one of those people that logs individual Black Mirror episodes. Ooh. And by doing that, Robbie, how many films have you actually seen? Oh, 444 and yet 288 this year. Is it because you're actually just logging television episodes on the film site, Robbie? Good grief. I will never understand people who log television on this site. It just is dumb. It's dumb. It's like putting mayonnaise on fish. Why the fuck would you do that? It's not a good flavor match. Anyways, what do we got down here at the half star? Batman vs. Superman, Ice Age, Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker. I mean, yeah, that's right. That's correct. Scooby-Doo 2. I need to see that movie. And Scooby-Doo. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of like kids movies, some romantic comedies, some comedies, some cringy movies that we've talked about on the channel before, 365 Days. I mean, you guys have talked about them. I know better than to watch trash like this. I can avoid this very easily. Very, very easily. Madagascar 3, Batman and Robin 1 star. Like, I get that it's not great, but you don't have to hate fun like that. That's not something you need to do. Is that the Old Boy remake? Yeah, it is. Okay. I see what's going on here. You're basically hating the things that most people agree are bad. Except for Captain Marvel. I think it's worth more than that star that you gave it. What else we got up here? Ooh, a Roman Polanski film with a 5-star. Isn't that just wonderful? I mean, I know it's The Pianist, but also, did you know that Roman Polanski's a pedophile? Yep, we're back on that train. Haven't had to say that in a while, but I still feel the need to say it out loud. Oh god, we also have just more Black Mirror episodes down here. Gross. But you know what? It's either I can't decide right off the bat. Are you just picking posters that I don't immediately recognize, or is this not as film bro-y as I thought? No, it definitely is. Because we got films like Blowout, Parasite, Basketball Diaries, The Shining, Trainspotting, Godfather Part 2, Knives Out, Empire Strikes Back, Being John Malkovich, Ratatouille, Akira, Baby Driver, The Fly, In Bruges. Yeah. You're doing all right. You're doing better for yourself. And hey, look at that. City of God. Co-directed, I believe, by a woman. Yep. So there you go. You got your one. It's better than a lot of other people I see on this site. And I think that's it. Yeah, surprisingly. And I'm actually timing these now. I'm looking at the time. That was a 10-minute roast. Right there. And I feel like that was way too short. But then again, it was 10 minutes of just the roasting, Robbie. So I think I'm going to try to stick to that. It felt a bit more fresh, a bit more on the nose, a bit more focused. But Robbie, because you did come in with a super chat, and thank you so much again for that, I am now going to pick a movie for you to watch. The next movie that you must watch. Specifically trying to figure out a new film for you to watch that will help expand your journeys into film. And you know what? I think just right off the bat, I'm going to pick this film for you. The Power of Gangwon Province. It is a film directed by Hong Sang-soo, who is a South Korean director who is very much identified as being a slow cinema film maker. And this film is a bit earlier in his career, from 1998. Until I saw this film, I'd only ever seen a few of his newer films. And wait, dude or not? Okay, yeah, it is a guy. Sometimes you can't tell with Korean names when you're a dumb Westerner and you don't know how to tell them apart. So yeah, this film is a bit more. What's the word I'm trying to say here? It owes a bit more in its narrative creation to not spoofing, but riffing on genre film. There's a bit of a thriller narrative going on here, but it is presented in a very not thriller way, which I think is a brilliant way. Of approaching the material. And I think this is a movie that a lot of people should go check out. Like, I think a lot of people should go check this out if you have the opportunity. I saw can't remember if it was a restoration on 35 millimeter at TIFF recently, and it was dope. It was great. Like this film would have been 4.5 stars if not for like a very obvious technical error that they made in the film, and that sucks. But it's not something that I can easily forgive. So there you go. The power of Kangwon Province. Check it out. Everybody, check it out. Put it in your watch list. But specifically you, Robbie. Specifically you, R&R. Maybe your next hip hop album can feature talking about this movie. That would be cool. Whoops. I pressed the space bar and didn't mean it. All right, there we go. So, who is joining us? Who just entered the chat recently? I see Anna's here saying that saying so is the GOAT. Nerdy Film Girl is here. What's up, Nerdy Film Girl? Great to have you here as well. I think I'm going to be coming on one of your live streams in like a month or something like that. That's going to be cool. People who want more information to keep abreast of things like that, make sure to join the Cinemateq Discord, because I definitely will be posting information about that in the future when we get that all figured out and nailed down. I don't watch many shows, but The Boys is great. I also don't watch many shows, which means I haven't watched The Boys. What do you think of users that use whole stars only? I have only ever come across that once, and I don't care. I mean, if I was roasting somebody, I would definitely make light of that fact. But yeah, honestly, just do what you want to do. Life is short. Don't get bogged down with the bullshit. How can I be evaluated? Comment on the list, link in the description box below, and then wait a little while because it'll take me a while to get to you. Or you can super chat. That's how you jump the line. You would love The Boys? I probably would. I should check it out. I have obtained them, so I may watch them at some point in the future. Tats are looking dope, by the way. Thank you, Brianna. This one is almost completely healed. This is 2.5 weeks of healing? I think it's 2.5 weeks of healing. And there's still like a little bit of like flakiness over here, but it's getting pretty close. And this guy is still only 1.5 weeks into it, but even he's starting to look good. This one I expected to heal a lot faster anyways, because like there's a lot less ink than in this one. Like this is basically, when this was healing, this was an open wound. This is more just like a stencil of an open wound, if that makes sense. So yeah. Did you see the trailer for the new Fincher movie? I did. And I think what I came away with the most from that trailer is that it sounds like, and I'm just assuming that it's Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross doing the music in it. Who else is David Fincher going to work with at this point? And if that's true, I really like how Trent Reznor seems like he's getting a bit more in touch with his like pretty hate machine, like synth heavy type music. And I think that if The Killer kind of continues on with that vibe and gives that kind of more synthy vibe, I'm going to be super into that soundtrack. Hey TJ, watched Today in Cinema Ninja Turtles, had a really fun watch, good soundtrack and animation. Speaking of Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, yeah, it's pretty good. I enjoyed the new Ninja Turtles film for sure. Ha 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 is my favorite Sang-soo film. The ranked list is coming along. Nice. How many have you seen, Anna? Because I know there are a lot. Trent Reznor channeling that Nine Inch Nails sound again, we stay winning. I mean, I think he's always in some case in conversation, or in most cases in conversation with the Nine Inch Nails vibe. It just depends on which era he's drawing from. I think that his more recent scores have been more influenced by what he's been doing with Nine Inch Nails over the last like 5 to 7 years. You've got like the Ghost records, the Slip, I guess, and a couple of other things like Year Zero remix, shit like that. Whereas what I heard today in the Killer soundtrack was definitely more like Pretty Hate Machine, at least some tracks. So I'm all about that. Do you think Dave Fincher will ever win an Oscar? Not this year, but eventually maybe. I mean, at this point, the guy's going to get a Lifetime Achievement Oscar, or he's just going to get like a, hey, we're sorry, we probably should have given you an Oscar before, but here's an Oscar for a movie that's definitely not as good. Oh, right. And hello to everybody. Anna, you've seen 17 Hong Sang-soo films? Holy shit. That's more than I've seen of most directors. I think the only director that I can top with that is like Bergman at this point. Or maybe Spielberg. I've seen quite a few Spielberg films. My favorite director, you know what? Before in the before times, before like last week, I probably would have said I don't really have a favorite director. I have favorite films, but I'm starting to think that maybe Ridley Scott is my favorite director. Maybe I should just let Ridley Scott be my favorite director. Maybe I should just do that. And I say that because Alien and Blade Runner both are some of my favorite films of all time. Blade Runner especially is my favorite film of all time. But I've always sort of thought of Ridley Scott as a director who, you know, is kind of hit and miss. And he's done like a couple of classic films, but he also is capable of making like really shitty work, like really just bad films. But then I watched Thelma and Louise, and that rules. Thelma and Louise legitimately knocked my socks off. I was blown away by that movie. It's so goddamn good. And so now I'm thinking like, you know, top 25, top 50 films. There's at least 3 Ridley Scott films there now. And I don't know if any other director would have 3 films in the top 50. And does that mean he's my favorite director? I don't know. But Napoleon looks really good. That film he did with Affleck about the dueling that came out, The Last Duel, that came out like 2 years ago, that was pretty good. So maybe Ridley Scott is my favorite director. Maybe I should just stop denying it. TJ confirmed feminist. All it takes is loving the ever-living shit out of Thelma and Louise, and you can just get feminist tattooed on your forehead and people can't say shit about it. It's awesome. Blade Runner legitimately blew me away when I first saw it. That's awesome that you had that reaction to it. I know so many people who just, like, that movie puts them to sleep. And I think that is largely just comes down to the fact that it is not an action movie. It has action in it, but it's not an action movie. It's a noir film that really meanders. And if you're not prepared for that, that movie could knock you the fuck out. And I understand it. But, like, goddamn. Would you be surprised? Haven't seen Gladiator yet? No. People see films based on a lot of different factors. When they were born plays a big part in it, right? Like, Gladiator came out in the year 2000. If you were born at that time or after that time, then by the time you're actually giving a shit about movies and being able to explore them on your own, Gladiator's what, 15 years in your rearview mirror? You might not get around to it anytime soon. That's just the truth of the matter. So it's fine, you know, if you were born in like 1980, in the 1980s, then yeah, I think it would be a little bit weird if you hadn't seen Gladiator. It was kind of the movie for a couple of years, especially in the early 2000s. So, you know, it just depends. Also, it depends on like where you're from, you know? So don't worry about it. Just watch movies at your own pace. It's all good. No one's going to get angry at you. At least not in the way that I'm about to get angry about Don Yoda, the absolute most boring and dumb Godfather character that we never wanted to be on the screen. Don Yoda. Do you actually see Yoda as like a gangster? Do you actually see him as a Don Corleone type? Someone who's just sitting back being like, yes, kill this person in a spaghetti restaurant with a gun that you find in a toilet. Don't worry about the force. Just use the gun that I put in the toilet. I really should have taken that opportunity to do a bad Yoda impersonation. Like, what's a really famous line from Godfather that I could say as Yoda? What is it? On this the day of my daughter's wedding. The day of my daughter's wedding, it is. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. Someone give me a better line in chat that I can do as Don Yoda, and we'll do that. And I guess Don Yoda here is traveling to us all the way from Tatooine, except no, you're not, because I can see fucking grass in this photo. You want to tell me you're from Tatooine? Remove the grass. There's no grass on the desert planet. Jesus Christ, who are you trying to fool? By the way, you could also use like 1 or 2 more suns in this photo if you're trying to pull this whole stick off. So please, Don Yoda, your eminence, how about some goddamn effort next time around? So, Don Yoda, what do we have here in the favorite films? We have Cinema Paradiso, Ran, Barry Lyndon, and El Sur. And like halfway to calling you a basic Criterion bitch because of the inclusion of Barry Lyndon and Ran. You're just lucky that Cinema Paradiso hasn't come out yet on Criterion, or else that would be done for you. You would be gone. And what is this El Sur type stuff? And why is this review written in a language that I can't understand? Google Translate. I want to know really badly what this review of this movie that I don't quite remember is. Oh, it's in Spanish. This film is so beautiful, so careful, and so emotional. Look, I had high expectations in this movie, but it has exceeded them. Exceeded them. Wow. Wow. Maybe I should try to do like a Yoda impersonation for Owen Wilson as well. Wow. A woman recalls her childhood growing up in the north of Spain, focusing on her relationship with her father. Boring. What a boring ass movie from a boring ass person from Tatooine. I hear a lot of people try to leave Tatooine. You know, they're they're not as into hitting womp rats with their T-84s or something. Yeah, that's the reason. What do we got going on here in recent activity? My, many words. Many words. Ooh. 4.5 stars for Spirit of the Beehive. One of the most beautiful films ever made, in my opinion. I'm not going to try to do the thing where I guess what you're saying because I don't want to be a dummy today. So that later they say there is no good Spanish cinema. Who ever said there was no good Spanish cinema? What kind of shitty people are you hanging around that are saying there is no good Spanish cinema? Have they heard of Louis Buñuel? Have they heard of this goddamn movie? Jesus Christ, so much good cinema comes out of Spain. Like what? Even just like the Spanish-speaking world, man. Mexico's got a lot of great movies. That's a dumb thing. That's a dumb opinion. Who the fuck is saying that? Isn't Almodovar Spanish? The fuck is wrong with these people? Yo, get better friends. Also, you really like Sooth. Cabron. No, I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I got to stop. I must be stopped. How does this bastard play with your head? With cinema. With cinematic techniques that are meant to manipulate you. Glad to see that it's doing its job. And I don't really want to just keep translating these things because that's not really allowing me to roast you. So I think I'm just going to have to move right along to the list, like immediately. Just dive into them. So what do we got here? Film bro potential. Film bro potential indeed. Because you have all of the Star Wars films ranked, and it looks like you have done an okay job based on the top 5, but I still think that there is some room for improvement here, because of course there are. Top 6 Wes Anderson ranked. There's 9 films listed though. Huh? What? Top 6 Wes Anderson films ranked. 9 films. I understand that, I think a couple of these are probably... No, they're all features except for one. So there's a problem here with the counting, Don Yoda, and I know that you probably rely on the Robert Duvall character in your life to take care of little details like this. So maybe it's time that they, swim with the fishes, or rather swim with the calamari, the Mon Calamari, of course. Maybe it's time for that. Also, you've got Tarantino ranked, your top 6. The guy hasn't made a lot of films. You could just do a top 10 list if you wanted to. There's no law saying that you can't do that. So you could try that. Also, Inglourious Basterds over Pulp Fiction, obviously. I'd say Kill Bill over Django. I'd say Reservoir Dogs over Django as well. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I could see that at the end. They're all good movies, so it's kind of a useless thing, like ranking them. It's kind of baity, Like imagine you just have the numbers 1 through 10, and when it comes to ranking Quentin Tarantino films as if they're just numbers by themselves, it's like you're trying to rank the numbers 7.5 to 8.5, and they're all just good. So maybe use your time on this earth a little bit more constructively. You don't need to tell everybody how the Tarantino films are ranked. We all have a fairly good idea that they're just all pretty much fine and good and stuff. So, Don, since you have seen some Tarantino films and a lot of other films, I want to see what else is going on here. So, hold on. What is up with this? You gave no rating to Babylon, but you loved it. You gave no rating to Barbie, but you loved it. Is there something going on here where you don't give star ratings to films that feature women prominently? Is that what I'm about to see? I mean, you didn't do that for Blonde, but I guess you didn't actually love it. So maybe that's the difference. Tar got a heart and stars. There's a code here that I am not able to decipher. Are there any sleuths in the chat who can maybe figure this out? And while you're there, I would also love to know why not a lot of you people, you chatters, are hitting the like button. What's up with that? 40 of you in here right now, 10 likes? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I think you can do better. I don't want to be disappointed in you, but I will be until you do better. Please and thank you. You're all great. I love you all. So, nothing at a half star. That's a bit of a red flag. Tall Girl is the only thing rated at a 1 star. I feel like maybe you're being a bit too generous here. Is there anything here that stands out as being like an incorrect ranking? Why am I holding my hand right here? As if I'm trying to tell you how fed up I am, but I'm not. I've had it up to here with you, but I actually haven't because I'm sitting down. So the scale is all wrong. No, these all seem accurate. These all seem like accurate ratings. So maybe the cheese, maybe the cheese spelled with a Z is like way up here at the top. Once upon a time in the West, El Sur, Barry Lyndon. Ooh, is this a basic Criterion, bitch? It's close. I'm not going to count it. I'm not going to count it. For those of you wondering where Rocco is, he is sleeping. He is sleeping right now. He is judging me silently from not that far away. So, the films we got up here, yeah, I'm just going to have to say, Don Yoda, this is some boring shit. A lot of Criterion films, a lot of films that are widely regarded as being some of the best films by film bros. I think it's fair to say now that you are a film bro. I think that's incredibly fair to say. A lot of the films that we see here are held up as like those mainstays of film culture that was decided by, white men, basically. So yeah, I'm seeing a film bro right here. Very much seeing a film bro. Love to see Amadeus there. Hell yeah. Her is great. I haven't seen her. I probably should. And I think that's all I'm going to say about you, Don Yoda. Look at that. Look at that. Another 10-minute roast. My God. We're just going to be banging through these today. We're all just going to be banging today. Just bang after bang after bang. Woo. I'm willing to forgive the Spanish for colonizing my people just because of their cinema and also for giving us Rosalia. Wow. That's quite the concession. Nobody watched Sleepaway Camp. People have watched Sleepaway Camp. I have seen it in my life, I think. I was working on math and sadly I didn't finish. Well, do your homework. What are you talking about? Hey TJ, haven't managed to catch your streams whilst they're live before. Thought I'd say hey while I could. XO. Well, thank you, Holly. I appreciate you stopping in. And hopefully you can catch more live streams in the future. The dude maxes out at like 3.5 stars, did they? It makes me so sad people even want any Tarantino films next to the incredible stuff that's out there. There are a couple of Tarantino films that I would say get to like a 4 star, Inglourious Bastards, if I were to rewatch it again, I may give it like a 4 to a 4.5. He's made good stuff. I'm not going to deny him that. I'm Devilish RX. Well, that's great, Devin Dude 91, but oh wait. Oh, you're the next one who's in line to be roasted. So you're just waiting for me and hoping that no one super chats. Ooh, someone gonna do the funniest thing ever? Really enjoying your streams. 1 week until TIFF. What 3 films are you most excited for? At TIFF, I am most excited for a film. God, I can't even remember the name of it because I'm an idiot. Someone did the funny thing. Holly, thank you so much. I'll roast you next after I answer this question by Witty. 3 TIFF films I'm looking forward to the most would be... There's a film by Pema Tezden, who is a Tibetan filmmaker who passed away recently. This is his final film as far as I know. It's called like Snow Leopard, I think. I think it's called Snow Leopard. Something like that. So I'm very excited for that because I watched a film of his called Jimpa at the festival in 2018 that was incredible. And so I've been waiting to see another hopefully incredible film from him. Aside from that, let me just check. So this is the thing. I am going to see over 30 films, so remembering specifically what I'm actually going to see is a bit of a struggle with my stupid brain. I am excited for one of the Midnight Madness films called Boy Kills World, which features one of the Skarsgård boys doing like a martial arts type film. I think that's going to be pretty sick. Oh God, there's so many films. Oh, Les Indésirables, which is a French film, the follow-up to Les Miserables, that was directed by Leslie, which I'm really excited for. Snow Leopard was the name of the Pema Tezden film. Also excited for Shadow of Fire. That's directed by the same guy who did Tetsuya the Iron Man, that Japanese film that's real fucked up. There's also a film from South Africa called Death of a Whistleblower that I'm pretty into. It just sounds very much up my alley. Like, for those of you who were super into like The Insider, I think that was directed by Michael Mann and had like Russell Crowe and Al Pacino. I feel like it's gonna have similar vibes to that. At least I hope so. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and like a bunch of other films too. There's the film that won the Camera d'Or at Cannes called Inside the Yellow Cocoon Shell. It's gonna be more of an experimental film, and I'm not super big on that, but I also just love films that look fucking beautiful. And so even if I don't know what to understand, if I'm like visually enraptured by what's going on, that could be enough. But yeah, there's just a TIFF this year I think is actually going to be real good. I think it's going to be real good. And maybe I'll see Nomi Merlant in person and I'll be able to propose to her on the spot or something in a non-creepy way. Do you think that would work? I know she can speak English, so... Wait, the director of Tetsuya making another film? Yes. Yes, it's called... shit, did I just say it? It's called, like, Shadow, I think, or... I don't know. You don't like experimenting, TJ? Hey, I'm all about trying new things. Why do you think I almost never rewatch movies? I'm always seeing new stuff. But... I often find that experimental films, I sometimes lack the focus to sort of actively what's the right word? To actively like figure out what's going on. And that really is something that you need to do with some experimental films. Like, very rarely. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I just think sometimes they don't hold my attention. And because of that, I end up thinking that they're not as good for that reason. And I think that's probably a bad way of talking about films. Oh, I know all about Meshes of the Afternoon. Like, that to me is like a great experimental film because it's short. It's like 20 minutes long. You can go watch that on YouTube right now, and it's great, right? Same thing with like La Jetée. That's technically an experimental film, right? That's only 20-25 minutes long. There's a lot of great experimental films that are shorter. I prefer experimental shorts than to experimental features. Experimental features are mentally taxing, I would say. What do you think of Don Hertzfeldt movies? Is that the animator? That sounds like the animator. I don't know. I think he makes good stuff, from what I remember. Right? Yeah, I think so. 2025 minutes? Damn. Wait, what's 2025 minutes? What's 2025 minutes? Isn't that like a day? That's a lot. That's like a lot. That's way too many. There's no way a film should be that long. Please, no 2025 minute films. Dear God, no. Speaking of things that make me say, dear God, no, it's the Roast of Holly, or, as they are known on Letterboxd, Twig. Twig. Okay, you are the least important part of a tree, the thing that gets crumpled up and literally put into fires to start them. You are already roasting yourself with your own name in both a metaphorical and literal fashion. That's great. Now, Twig, as I'm going to now call you, why is this your profile picture? What's up with this? Are you the person presenting your butt in the air, or are you the person who's trying to eat their hamburger while staring directly into the abyss of someone's anus? I'm not sure what this is meant to portray. I'm not sure what emotion you are trying to show us with this profile picture or how this is meant to set up your character at all, but I just want to let you know that I am disturbed either way. So apparently you're from Manchester, which is too bad because only scum are from Manchester, and it looks like you have other things to say in your ratings. My ratings ratio is to be ignored. Well, naturally we have to go look at that. Why would I ignore this? It seems like you get to 4-star ratings and you get very critical. I love this. This is great. Don't downplay this. This is good. This is good stuff. Constantly agreeing to disagree with Clayton Shaw. Who the fuck is this? Is this a person of note, or is this just like a friend of yours that you're trying to like get people to care about? It seems like they don't know anything except that Small Soldiers is so dope that they actually bought the toys themselves and then just set them up against a wall that probably could use a little bit of work and shot a photograph of that. That's cool. I think maybe your taste in Friends is a little bit better than your taste in movies, because in your favorite films, you have Swiss Army Man, Inside Llewellyn Davis, After Sun, and Royal Tenenbaums. And this is just like sad sack indie bullshit, isn't it, Twig? Isn't it? I think that probably when you wake up in the morning, you think to yourself, how can I make myself even more sad? And the first place you look is your shelf of DVDs. This is what that says to me. And I think it's even further exacerbated by the fact that you have some depressing ass films in your recent activity, mostly Babylon. What did you say about Babylon? Absolutely loved elements of this film, and parts of it were so fun, but the runtime was a bit of an endurance test towards the end. Oh no, sitting in a comfortable seat for 3 hours is difficult. Meanwhile, you sit down and watch probably, 6-7 hours of television episodes on Netflix or some shit like that, and it's not even a problem? Give me a break. We should not be complaining about runtimes, even though just a few seconds ago, I was complaining about runtimes. Don't look into it too much. Also, House of the Devil, 2.5 stars. This is a good goddamn movie. This is a throwback film to the satanic panic of the early 80s and the late 70s. This is good shit. You can literally watch this movie, not know it was made in 2009, and think that it actually was made in like 1982. And that's awesome. Love this movie. I gave it a 3.5 star. Twig, you're wrong. You're wrong, Twig, and that's too bad. And then you gave But I'm a Cheerleader 4 stars. If Julie Delpy asked me to dance, the world would literally collapse in on itself. I don't think you have a very good understanding of how gravity works. So I'm going to encourage you to perhaps go to the Wikipedia page for gravitational physics and maybe just figure some shit out, because this is not how that works. Sorry to say. I guess the educational system over in Manchester just isn't up to snuff these days anymore. So, popular reviews. Ooh, talk to me. 3 likes. Oh my goodness. I liked it, but I think defo overhyped it for myself. Don't do that. Don't let yourself get in the way of enjoyment. That's what Manchester United's for. And then for Frances Ha, 2 likes. When she said she was proud of herself just for asking, I felt that. Aw, you felt seen by the movie with the quirky character? Aw, look at you, you little indie darling. What do we got here with lists? How many lists? 17 lists. My God, please, Satan. Please, wait, sorry, you're down there. Please, Satan. Please. A list featuring a woman director. I think this is our best shot today, Satan. I think this is our best shot. Please. All right, let's see what we get. I Love Women. First fucking list. Yes! Really trying to watch more female-directed films. One I've seen so far, no particular order or preference. Oh my God. We did it, everybody. We did it. We found one. We found a list that features women. Holy shit. And let me just agree with that sentiment. I see Brianna there saying, so hetero. I don't give a shit. I'll be hetero as fuck. I love women too. So what films have we got in here? Are there any films here that we think that we should add to the Cinemateq list? Cinephiles pick films directed by women that rule. What Women Want? No, I'm not going to add that. Fuck that. Everything else here I think is already there. Don't Worry, Darling. Oh yeah, Olivia Wilde. Forgot about that. Ooh, Watcher. I forgot about that one. The Invitation, is that on our list? I don't think so. Everyone remember these. Tigers are not afraid. That's a decent movie for sure. The Lodge, haven't seen that one, but I hear good things. American Mary, Soska sisters doing Canadian stuff with Canadian people. Always gonna love that. The Lost Daughter. We're all going to the World's Fair. I think I need to watch that one. I heard some okay things about it. Baby Teeth, is that a Canadian film? Kind of just looks Canadian to me. I don't know. Nope, it's from Australia. Canada's Canada's really drunk cousin, Australia. And I mean, for Canadians to call you the drunk cousin, you fucked. You fucked up. And I don't mean that in the bad way. You're drunk. You're a drunk ass person. And no, Cocaine Bear will not be going into the Cinephiles list for films that rule. Although The Lure definitely should. Y'all want to see a fantasy movie about mermaids that try to sing in a band or in a nightclub, I guess? God damn. Like, look at this. This is awesome shit. Also, that's a nipple. I should get away from this before YouTube demonetizes me. What else we got here in the list? I'm going to do this kind of quick. Thrillers, PTA ranked, Hitchcock ranked. Oh, are we not going to get any lists for like just women directors? Just the one list? Just the one? Okay. Films where a couple break down and the wife is kidnapped. What? I was wondering if Breakdown was going to be here. Isn't Breakdown based on The Vanishing? And Nocturnal Animals. I haven't seen that one. Okay. I guess now we got to look at the films. I think maybe there are going to be some decent horror films in here, although I guess we'll see. So, half-star films. Ooh. I mean, yeah, a lot of these are considered bad. The Poughkeepsie tapes. The Poughkeepsie tapes. It's just a funny word. It's just a funny word. Can anyone here in chat actually just say this word out loud without a smile on your face? Poughkeepsie. You can't. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's such a funny word. It's like vivisection. It doesn't matter what the word actually means, and vivisection's a pretty horrendous fucking word. But like, you just say it and you laugh, you know? Poughkeepsie. Vivisection. It's just a fun word to say. I guess you didn't like this David Lynch short film, What Did Jack Do? Fair. Although I kind of liked it. The Mummy at 1 star? No, we do not allow this. We do not allow this in this house. We do not allow this slander in this house. I'm so sorry, Twig, that you felt that this absolute masterpiece from 1999 was beneath you, but I suggest that maybe you go back and rewatch it and try to have a little bit of fun. What else we got here? Morbius? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Everything below The Mummy now, I am just going to look at with such disdain because, like, Morbius is not better than The Mummy. Ask 1,000 people and you will get 1,020 saying that The Mummy is better than Morbius. That is a fact. It's scientific. And I cannot believe that there are people that have that kind of opinion. Like, Morbius is trash. It is god-awful. It's the kind of movie that they would show to people in Guantanamo Bay if that was still a thing. Is that still a thing, actually? Is Guantanamo Bay still a thing? Well, if it is, they show Morbius there. That's probably where it earned most of its money, to be honest. Alien 3 that low's, Big Trouble in Little China, that's also wrong. We don't slander Carpenter in this house either. Especially when you're comparing it to films like the Death Wish remake. Also, Freddy vs. Jason, yeah, I mean, that's probably a correct rating. It's probably correct. I just don't like seeing it. You're reminding me that a film that I like is not actually good. And I hate that. 5-star films. School of Rock, Captain Fantastic. Oh, some more whimsy in here than I was expecting. I thought these were all going to be sad indie films. Although we still have After Sun Patterson, Before Sunset, Swiss Army Man, The Vavitch. Kind of sad. Kind of a sad movie. Emma. Yo, a lot of people haven't seen this movie. How many people have seen this movie? 44,000 people. I mean, that's barely a city, depending on where you live. But this is a Pablo Larraín film. Love this movie. She plays like one of the best evil characters I've ever seen. And she's not even like evil in like a corny villain kind of way. She's just kind of a bitch, honestly. But it's a great character. Really love this movie. Really love that. Glad that you've seen that. Glad that other people have seen films that I have seen. Midnight Mass is a TV show. Get that out of here. Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Good for you. Where's the things that I disagree with, though? Actually, wait, no. You've seen Boy as well. I agree with this. I wouldn't put it at like a 4.5. It's like a 4-star movie. You know what? I'm going to put it at 3.5 because I haven't seen it in a while. But Taika Waititi, one of his first films in New Zealand. Very good. The amount of times that they say Michael Jackson in that film is more than any other movie, including documentaries about Michael Jackson. Call Me By Your Name, Whiplash. Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a bit of a bias here towards some of the bigger blockbuster films, but also just American indie films as well. It's an interesting mix, but not a very... It's one of those weird things. It's like, it's an interesting mix, but it's also not that interesting. So I think I know what we're going to be aiming for when we go over to the watch list, Twig or Holly. I do apologize for my rating of The Mummy. I would say now that it's inaccurate. Thank goodness. And I hope it's not because I bullied you into having a different opinion. I hope you've just seen it a few more times and understand that it's like super sick. So I think Holly or Twig, whatever your name is, that I need to spice up your life a little bit, because for the most part you've been watching fairly basic movies. So what do we do about that? I want to go for a bit of a curveball with this recommendation that you are getting because you super chatted. Remember, everybody, you get a direct recommendation for a super chat, but I also have to have seen the film. I can't just be like, hey, go watch In the Mood for Love, because I haven't seen it. Although you have Rec 2 here. Have you seen Rec? Is Rec also in here somewhere? Oh, there's a left field one. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. You, Holly, you're gonna watch The Exorcist 3. You're gonna watch The Exorcist 3. This film is so goddamn dope. It is directed by William Peter Blatty, who is, I believe, the person who wrote the original novel that the original film The Exorcist is based off of. So he, while directing this, basically said, you know what? The Exorcist 2 sucks and is dog shit, so I am going to forget and just ignore that it ever existed, and now I'm going to make an absolute banger with George C. Scott and Brad Dourif and a couple of other really good actors. This is a phenomenal film. One of the best sequels you will ever see, and I think it is not on the level of The Exorcist, but it's also not that far away. To me, The Exorcist is like a 4.5 to a 5-star film. That shit is so good. I haven't rated it, but I mean, this is easily a 4-star film. It's so good. Brad Dourif's performance on its own puts it so far over the goddamn top, it's ridiculous. And then George C. Scott is just there chewing the goddamn scenery, being like, hey, you want a grizzled, old-timey cop? Yeah, I can do that. And he does do that. So good. So good. And there you go, Holly. There is your roast. I hope you enjoyed that. The Exorcist has that shot. The third one, I mean. Oh, you're talking about like the jump scare, right? Yeah, that's a good one. Morbius is a masterpiece in post-ironic film. What the fuck does post-ironic film mean? What does that actually mean? Post-ironic film? You know that irony is like rooted in postmodernism, right? In terms of satire and pastiche. So when you're saying post-irony, you're saying postmodernism. And as soon as you start saying that out loud, you start to realize how fucking stupid it is. Come on, guys. Don't get fooled by these ridiculous labels. Like, does it count if I watch Exorcist 2 first? Holly, look at me. Look at me right now. Look at me in the eyes. Look at me right in the eyes. See these eyes? Look directly at them. Do not watch The Exorcist 2. Repeat it. Everyone at home, repeat with me. I will not. This is a solemn vow we are all taking as a cult together, okay? I promise that I will not watch The Exorcist 2. One more time, one more time. I want everyone to just feel this. I want everyone to feel the community and the bond that we are creating. I will not watch The Exorcist 2. Are we all clear? Are we all clear on the promise we just made each other? That movie, I'm sorry if this is a little brash, but I've taken shits that are more filmically competent than The Exorcist 2. That movie is trash on a level that cannot even be enjoyed for how much trash it actually is. It is god awful. And you know what, nerdy film girl, I don't know if you've seen Exorcist 2 or not, but Ellen Bernstein is not in The Exorcist 2. It's the girl who plays Regan is in it, or Reagan, however they pronounce her name. But yeah, I don't think Ellen Bernstein is in that film. I think she recognized that it was going to be trash, and so she was like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. You changed the line 4 times. That's not official. Cinephile Supreme does what he wants. You want consistency? Go drink some water. I've loved George C. Scott since Rescuers Down Under. No regrets. George C. Scott did a voice in Rescuers Down Under? What? Excuse me? You're kidding me, right? I'm in the mood for post-ironic, postmodernism, new avant-garde French New Wave film. Oh! Well, I know just the film for you to watch. It's called Eat My Shit. Oh, God. I'm starting to get hostile towards chat. I'm sorry, everybody. Yo, he did. Wait, does that mean he was in The Rescuers as well? Or was his character not only in Rescuers Down Under? And who did he play? Wait, John Candy is in this as well? Eva Gabor? What? Gabor? Bob Newhart? Wait a minute. Look at this cast list. This is ridiculous. Bob Newhart. Yeah, you guys all know Bob Newhart. Eva Gabor. That's awesome. John Candy, one of the all-time great Canadian awesome people. George C. Scott. Oh, he plays a sadistic poacher. Oh, he's the bad guy. Yo, that works. Frank Welker. Pretty sure he does the voice for Megatron from Transformers, so he does a large golden eagle. That's cool. And then I think the rest of these are just like proper voice actors, so we're not going to recognize them. But yo, that's sick. That's a good cast. And this is like, I think, one of Disney's first. This is a Disney film, right? Yeah, Buena Vista Pictures. That's Disney. This is like, I think, one of Disney's first animated sequels, actually, because of course it's a sequel to the Rescuers, which came out a few years earlier. Cool. Oh God, what are people saying in chat? She's in the new Exorcist movie, though. That is true. Ellen Bernstein is in the new Exorcist film, and it's yeah, I have reservations about that film, and I don't mean that I've already purchased my tickets to opening night. I am terrified for that film, and once again, not because I think it's going to be good. I keep saying the wrong thing. Look, I have no faith in that filmmaking team. After Halloween Ends, I have no faith in them to do something good. Unless they have managed to actually learn from their mistakes in the Halloween trilogy that they did, I have no faith that they're going to be able to pull off any kind of good Exorcist trilogy now. I think that they did kind of a good job with the first Halloween film, and then after that it was just kind of a slow decline. A very slow decline. And then actually it was kind of like a slow decline and then a fucking cliff. Basically doing their own impersonation of Thelma and Louise, but with an entire film known as Halloween Ends. It's the only movie my dad is looking forward to. Really? Don't worry, I'll be your dad. if you want to trade, I'll be your dad. Although I'm not paying for college. I don't got money for that. Wait, there's a new Halloween trilogy? I thought it was a joke. Not a new one. I'm talking about like the Halloween trilogy that they just did. Halloween Ends was perhaps the worst ending to a film series ever. I mean, you're assuming that's going to be the last Halloween film. There's going to be another one. There's definitely going to be another one. Michael Myers will return. Eventually. It has to. Rescuers Down Under rules. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It is pretty sick. I remember watching this film a lot on VHS. I was really into Rescuers Down Under as a youth. As a youth. So, now that we're talking about things that I did in my youth, why don't we roast Devilish RX? Because I know you're just sitting there in the chat waiting for Daddy TJ to come along and teach you a lesson about being a cinephile. Well, here we go, kid, and I'll do it for free because I'm just so nice. Except, I don't think I'm gonna be that nice because you on this website are called Devilish RX, and you have decided to represent yourself with a satanic doll who I think is inhabited by the soul of a serial killer. And I don't know, that's just kind of a weird thing to aspire to. You don't have to have your soul transmitted into a doll for you to become a devil-worshipping serial killer. You can do that right now if you want to. And no, I am not advocating for that. Don't put this on me. But I think it's kind of interesting how you're talking all about being devilish, and I mean, RX just means what? Prescription drugs? Isn't that what this refers to? Right? RX, am I wrong? Or is that PX? I think this is just meant to be like devilish prescriptions or some shit like that. Which is, as it stands, a far better name than Devin. Here's the thing, Devin, that is maybe a lesson you should have learned in the far away times, in the long ago times. When your name is Devin, you probably shouldn't just tell people that. I actually appreciate the fact that you have Devilish RX down here. That's kind of fun. Devilish prescriptions, sure. It says something about your distrust of pharmaceutical companies. Fine, no problem. Maybe you're a Scientologist. Cool. But then you just put Devin right there, and you surround it with a cardinal, a black square, and a spooky purple spider. I think that maybe these emojis are trying to do a little bit too much work when you just put Devin right there. Devin. It even tastes a bit weird. You know, Devin. I don't like it. Not a taste I like. By the way, your emojis are not in the correct order. You go cardinal, black block, spider, and then you go spider, cardinal, black block. Black block. So, I don't know, fix that, please. So, according to Devin in their little bio, God, I love a bio. Oh, bios are great. You are goth, and we know that you're goth because you have an upside-down pentagram, and I'm not even going to reference the fact that I have an upside-down pentagram literally tattooed on my body. I'm just going to say that if you have to announce your gothness with an upside-down pentagram, then maybe you're trying a little bit too hard. Maybe you're trying a little bit too hard. Also, you have The Crow down here, written by James O'Barr. And here's a fun fact that I bet none of you knew about me. James O'Barr, his wife was my grade 9 art teacher. That's a true fact. And then also with your music here, we have metal, grunge, and new wave. And I just know that when someone puts metal, grunge, and new wave, when you say metal, you're talking about basically Ministry and nothing else. Maybe Slipknot, but like the more industrial Slipknot tracks from their first record. And that's it. When people say grunge and new wave, those are the ones that they are actually diving headfirst into. And then when you put metal onto it, it's like, oh my God, this song has like kind of fast guitars on it. Whoa. And then it's just fucking Muse, you know? That's what that is. So great. And also, I just need to say here, Devin, real quick, you got the rating system here, which I understand that a lot of people do this. It makes no sense to me, but I understand that a lot of people do it. But you see, you're doing things that don't make sense. You're doing things that are just backwards. You're saying that you're a goth, you're into The Crow, you love metal, you've got the upside down pentagrams, but then the half-star films are diabolical? Shouldn't diabolical be at the very top? those are the films that are devilishly amazing, right? The 5 stars, those are the ones that come to us from Satan himself or herself or themselves for all we know. Shouldn't those be the diabolical ones? And the half stars are just like trash? Doesn't make any sense to me. You're not being thematically consistent. However, you are being thematically consistent in your favorite films, where we have The Crow and Interview with a Vampire both. I guess you're just really into seeing the most whitest people possible. Confirmed, you have SLC Punk and American Psycho here, but hey, at least one of these films is directed by a woman, so I'm not gonna mention that for the rest of the roast. Thank God. Oh, look at that. You gave Donnie Darko 5 stars. Color me surprised. Oh God. Oh God, Devin. Devin. Are these song lyrics? I need to know if these are from a song. It's Tears for Fears. You put the lyrics for a Tears for Fears song as your review for Donnie Darko. Wow. Wow. I think I can just move on, actually. We also have Bones and All. Apparently the cannibal movie's got spoilers in them. If you really love someone, you'll let them eat you alive. I mean, yeah, you should always try to sexually please your partner in whatever way that they wish, as long as it's not outside your own comfort zone. Nothing wrong with that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem. We all want a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, but which one could turn you into a Squirtle? What the fuck was that sentence I just read? We all want a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, but which one could turn into Squirtle? I feel like now this whole profile has just been, it's a trap. It's a trap for me to fall into, because it's making less and less sense. Move your tongue in a circle. The right spot is universal. Don't bite or you'll get rather verbal, not to mention Donatello Purple. Is this another song lyric? This is another song lyric, isn't it? Is this your thing? Is this your thing? Where does this come from? Why is this a Reddit? Why am I finding this on a Reddit post for r/teenagers on Reddit? What? You know what? I don't want to go to that website in particular, so I'm just gonna get away from that and see what you said about Encino Man. I guess Brendan Fraser is the mummy in this one. No, he's the Encino Man. It's in the fucking title. It isn't great, but it's still a wacky, fun movie. Also, why does Dave have to be like the worst character? Because he's played by Pauly Shore? Or are you talking about Sean Astin? I don't really think it matters. Oh, Brendan Fraser. You lovely, lovely person. So, popular reviews. Do you got any? Oh, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Yeah, I think I can handle the truth. It's too much truth for me. I don't know. This is a flash review. I don't know why people are saying bad things about this film. Did you not see the part of the film when he puts a baby in a microwave? You didn't see that part? You didn't see the part where they put a baby in the microwave? How about the entire end of the film, which is just like one catastrophic CGI monstrosity that I think if I were to see it in real life, my first instinct would be to take it out behind a shed and shoot it so it couldn't feel pain anymore. I would want to end its suffering. This movie, initially when I rated it, I think I gave it like a 3 stars. I think it's actually probably a 2.5. It's not the worst DCEU film I've ever seen, but also they put a baby in the microwave, so that's fucked up. Let's look at these lists. Dead meat kill counts. Oh, is that YouTube channel that doesn't really do anything originally, and they just tell you how many people die? God, I wish I should have gotten into YouTube, making YouTube content like 10 years ago, so I could get away with like really unoriginal shit like that. That would have been awesome. Imagine just making a YouTube channel where you count how many people die. And they do well. And good for them for their success, but god damn it, I wish I could get away with doing something like super brain dead. Horror film list. What is this a list for? Just a bunch of horror films like a classic like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and other classics like The Barn. You guys all remember The Barn, don't you? Yep. Very memorable film, The Barn. Love that movie, The Barn. Also, both cat people. That's cool. This soundtrack, by the way, is dope. The soundtrack for this version of Cat People, I think it was done by Moroder, right? Giorgio Moroder, I think. Sound, yeah, Giorgio Moroder, baby. I had that on vinyl once, actually. It was pretty sick. Anywho, Demons 2. Demons 2 is superior. The Drownsman, hey, that's a Canadian film. Nice. Hobo with a Shotgun. Waxwork 2, Lost in Time. Waxwork? Ew. No, I don't want that. Oh, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. I've always heard about this movie, but I've never actually seen it. You're in the chat. You're in the chat right now. Is it worth seeing Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers? I'm asking this honestly. I am curious as to whether or not I should watch Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers. Great title just to say over and over and over again. Resident Evil franchise ranked? That's a different one. Don't see that very often. So you're very much a horror person. Oh, look at that. The Tremors franchise. Honestly, this is a weird one to rank because, like, it just goes in the order they were released, right? Like, don't they just get progressively worse? Obviously, Tremors is number one. And if I ever did decide to start watching or collecting physical media again, I would 100% get Tremors like 4K HDR. 100%. That movie is a lot of fun. But yeah, they just get worse after that, right? Not the chat turning on TJ for hating on Dead Meat. Okay, you know what? I've never actually watched a single one of their videos. I'm just hating to hate, because this is a roast after all. But that's just what they do, right? Like, all their videos are like, here's all the people that died. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just being a hater because that's what you all want from me. So why don't we take a look at the films that you've watched, Devilish, because I feel like I'm already a little bit long in the tooth on this one. So let's start with the lows. Wrong Turn 6. Followed up very closely by Wrong Turn 5. I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, which looks terrible. American Psycho 2. Scary Movie 5. Have you ever considered, Devin, not watching sequels? Just maybe stop that as a practice. Just don't do that. Because it seems like they all end up being bad. Ooh, a film called Goth. Was this one of the movies that, like, even though it's shit, you just can't help but say literally me all the way through? Like, is this like forehead makeup hashtag goth goals for you? They live life on the edge of insanity. Yeah, look at these two people who are living on the edge of insanity. Actually, I think someone in the chat right now kind of looks like this a little bit. A goth version of someone in the chat. I'm not going to say who. Let's see who reacts. And says, no, I don't. And then we'll know for sure. Two goth teenagers get caught up in a subculture of drugs, sex, and murder after meeting a darkly savage woman with a taste for pain and deviance. You know what? Let's watch it. I don't know where the hell I'm ever going to see it, but sounds like it could be a fun, bad time. A bad, fun time. A good, bad, fun time. A lot of other horror movies here. A lot of stuff that I would expect to see with a half star. Brave that low is weird for a Pixar film. Metal Lords. Oh yeah, this movie. Demonic Toys. Wrong Turn 3. Yeah. These are just bad movies. Bad movies. Don't even know why you're watching them. Oh yes. The funny thing happened. All right, top of the list here. Monster House? Really? That's a 5-star movie? All right. Ooh, Joker as well. Yeah, that's kind of gross. Bound, though. Home Alone. Man, you're giving a lot of movies you don't necessarily see getting 5 stars. And also, since we pointed out Roman Polanski earlier, Luc Besson is also a pedophile. Sorry to have to tell you that. But yeah, some superhero films here. Really wild, like your picks for 5 stars. Like, sometimes you see people with Joker at 5 stars, right? But you don't always see like I've never seen this combination of 5-star films before, ever. Like how often do I see Alice in Chained MTV Unplugged with a 5 stars? Never. Especially right beside Empire Records. That's actually kind of a good back to back. It looks like you were really into like 90s culture at one point, and you just went off on that. Couldn't help yourself from the 90s culture, which I understand. It's a drug that keeps on giving. Good old 90s stuff. Wait, is that? Oh, that's Days of Future Past. I was going to say, if that's X-Men Apocalypse, you're done. You're out of here. Bones and all. Black Phone is not that good. Black Phone sucks. Wait a minute. Black Phone and No Country for Old Men, both at 4.5 stars? No, that's wrong. I am only seeing 90s culture. There's stuff here besides 90s culture, although I guess, yeah, we also have the Addams Family and Jurassic Park and The Matrix and Pulp Fiction and The Crow and and Home Alone. There's a lot of 90s stuff here. This person definitely was born in the 80s. I'm gonna throw that out there. This person, and maybe you can confirm, Devin, in the chat, were you born in the 80s? I think maybe you were. Either that or you're having a 90s phase right now and you're like going off on it super hard. Honestly, The Fifth Element has gotten worse every time I've watched it. Yeah, but Ruby Rhod is still amazing. That's what I hate most about Luc Besson, is that he has ruined that perfect Chris Tucker role for me forever. So, with that, Devin, the roast is over. Hope you enjoyed it. You will not be getting any recommendations out of your watch list, although I'm going to look at it real quick. Okay. Interesting. Just going to look at the first page. We're going to go back to chat as well. I love that the person who I was referencing with that Goth thing, like, got it. I always know what you did last summer is a hate crime to slashers. Oh my fucking God, I hated that damn movie. I swear it'd make more sense if the killer was 2 kids in a trench coat. Nice. Passion of Joan of Arc that low? Ooh, I didn't see that. Metal. Yeah, metal's sick. I love metal. I listen to a lot of it. Thank you for that. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching and for sticking with the channel for as long as you had to in order to actually see that roast. God damn it. I'm seeing a film right now that I want to recommend to you, but the rules dictate that I can't. I love romanticizing the 90s, even though I only got to experience like 3 years of it. Yeah, and I guess the time that you were experiencing it with it, you would have been like young enough where you didn't actually experience it. 90s were a dope time for movies. Yeah, 90s were cool. I've been thinking about this a little bit earlier, and like the film has some interesting cycles when you look into things like genres and the way that they, become popular and then they fall out of favor. Also in terms of, certain approaches to film and filmmaking. And one of the things that always fascinates me is that we usually get to a point where like a certain style of filmmaking, or at least a way of making films, has been perfected, and then a new technology is invented and films become really bad for a couple of years, right? The easy example is the switch from silent cinema to sound cinema. When the Jazz Singer hit in like 1927-ish, and then we had that like 2 to 3 year period where everybody was figuring out how to make sound films up until, at least in Hollywood, up until 1931, 1932, you really just had like a bunch of very not good films. They just were not great because they were trying to figure out how to use that technology. And the 90s was another interesting moment for that, because that's when CGI was really starting to be used a lot. And there are some really great examples of like films that are so bad that tried to use CGI. I know probably no one in this chat, except for like maybe 2 people, have seen the original Power Rangers movie. But if you ever want to see some bullshit CGI, that's the movie you go to see. And I'm sure there's some others as well. Congo, I don't really remember Congo, but I know that there is like a laser beam in that movie, I think. That gorillas wear? Big gorillas have lasers on them, I think. Is Congo a great movie? Now that I've described it as it having gorillas with big lasers on it, is it a good movie? But yeah, in the 90s, you were experiencing that movement from like more traditional forms of narrative filmmaking that that involved predominantly practical effects and things like that. And then in the 90s, you got to see that transition to full CGI that really didn't hit like its peak. Like we didn't get peak or like really good CGI until probably, I want to say, the Lord of the Rings movies, and even they were like messing around with some practical stuff as well. So it took some time for that transformation to happen, where like movies that were using CGI could use them in a way that was good. But T2 is a great example of CGI being used well, because I think they understood the limitations of what they could do, and they specifically created a character who, you know, in that liquid metal form, didn't need to have like a high polygon count to be convincing, to look convincing. And that really helped it. And also, they used it as minimally as possible. And when they did shots, like after he gets like actually like hit with bullets and stuff, the initial like whatever thing, like that's CGI, but then when they cut to like another shot of it, that's all then practical afterwards, I remember. So there was a nice mix of CGI and practical there. And that's why I think T2 still holds up so well. Yeah. Planty24 asking, when will you roast me? I don't know. I don't know who you are. Sorry. That's unintentionally mean of me. I don't know. I don't know what your Letterboxd profile name is. It's a long list. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Ever seen Super Inframan? I have not. I don't know what that is. I won a Congo watch from Taco Bell when I was little. Never seen the movie, but do you still have the watch? Do you still have the watch though? Hello, Jurassic Park is calling, and I'm just going to remind you, if you do still have that watch, my birthday's coming up. You know, just throw that out there. Old Boy has some good CGI, small stuff, but really good. Yeah, the films that have small, tiny amounts of CGI will always, to me, look better. The least amount of CGI possible is the best. I bet someone would pay for that Congo watch. Yeah, actually. Hold on. Do you want to see how much your childhood is now worth? Congo watch. Is it from McDonald's? Taco Bell. So like these? This is what you had? Apparently it's worth about $8. So childhood, it's kind of cheap. Sorry to say. Sorry to say. Although everyone who grew up during the 90s, all of our childhoods were cheap. Forgive me if I've asked this in the past. Did you see Past Lives? I saw it over a month ago and still can't shake it. Incredible. I have seen Past Lives, and I thought it was really good. Still one of the best films made this year that I have seen. So yeah, recommend to anyone who has not seen it to go check it out. Although I have heard, and this is not something I can confirm independently because I can't actually speak Korean, but I have heard that the Korean language stuff in the film kind of sounds like it was written by someone who doesn't really speak Korean natively as their first language. And I know that, like, as someone who can barely speak one language that well, that kind of thing shouldn't matter to me, but it still kind of does somehow. It like affects my feelings towards its authenticity a little bit. But at the same time, if I had never heard someone say that thing out loud, I would never have known. So I also won a Darth Maul Discman, which I gave away. A Darth Maul Discman? What? Yo, movie tie-ins used to be sick. Movie tie-ins used to be so good. I can see other people talking about them in the chat a little bit. The thing that I remember most when I was a kid was the Jurassic Park glasses that you could get from McDonald's. No, not those glasses from McDonald's. Like, not... Come on. I guess they were okay. Maybe they were plastic cups. Maybe they were just plastic cups. But look how cool this is. How much is that? $13. Look at that. Look at how great that is. You got the scene here where Dennis Nidri gets fucking murdered. That's fun. You got the scene here where they almost get trampled by that thing. And then you got the scene here where they're feeding the Brontosaurus. Like that's dope as hell. Oh, they're not in great condition though. I guess they're for like every one of the main dinosaurs. Ooh, there's a T-Rex one here. That's kind of cool. Man, nothing like okay. People who didn't grow up in the 90s won't understand this, but like Coca-Cola just tastes better when you drink it out of a cup like this. It just tastes better. This was peak Coke. The best Coke ever was drinking it out of a McDonald's Jurassic Park mug. And I don't know why that is. I guess it's just something about like all of the fakeness blending with the fakeness. It just brings out something wonderful in the flavor. TJ, my name is the YouTube username. Okay, well, you're not getting roasted today, probably, unless you super chat. I don't see your name up in the list of people who are going next. Sorry to say. Do you go in comment order or just pick randomly? I go in comment order unless people super chat. Past Lives is going to be my next watch. You can finally watch it in HD. I mean, I watched it in HD when I saw it in theaters. So, there's that. Celine Song's character in the film admits her Korean is bad and lost a lot when she moved to the US as a kid. I wonder if that's why the Korean is off since she wrote it. Yeah, that probably could be it. Yeah, that's fair. You would kill for those Jurassic Park cups? You're not even a fan? My goodness, so violent. Shark Boy and Lava Girl was something else. Haven't seen that since it came out. Don't know how I feel about it nowadays. Oh, with like all the CGI, you mean? When we were talking about CGI? Yeah, that could be something. Ooh, someone in the chat asking, should I see There Will Be Blood? Yes. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Go watch There Will Be Blood. I don't need your specific watch time right now. Just go watch There Will Be Blood. I will super chat next stream, Cinephile Supreme. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for recognizing my true and proper title. If you could do a commentary track with anyone, who would it be and what would you watch? This is interesting because I think that a lot of people are way more knowledgeable than I am. And I can also be a little bit petty. So I don't know if I would pick someone that I necessarily respect because I think they're very intelligent, because I wouldn't want them to outshine me. That sounded worse when I said it out loud than in my head. No, I think, God, like my first instinct was Kevin Smith. I just think that would be a good conversation because the man knows a lot about film history. And like I could probably actually have a conversation with him, whereas like someone like Quentin Tarantino, even though he has that same kind of like vast knowledge of cinema, I think he knows too much. I think Quentin Tarantino knows too much. So what film then would I want to watch with Kevin Smith? Salo, 120 Days in Sodom. I would do the commentary track with Kevin Smith for Salo, 120 Days in Sodom. No, I wouldn't do that. Actually, you know what might be interesting? Speaking of Kevin Smith, he's vegan now, and so am I. So maybe we could do Cannibal Holocaust together and be like equally disgusted when the animals get killed for real. That could be interesting. And then like the other parts of the film too, which are gory and like the practical effects are awesome. But yeah, that could be interesting. And then we could get like a green smoothie together. What do you think about Brazilian movies? The ones that I've seen are good. I actually don't think I've seen a bad Brazilian film. I've seen some okay Brazilian films, but I haven't seen a bad Brazilian film that I can recall, anyways. But yeah, Brazilians make good movies. City of God, great. Macanima, it's a fun movie. Bus 174, I think it's called. Great documentary. Other films that I watched in university that I never forget the name of, also really good. So yeah, go check out Brazilian films. I would pick Woody Allen and Zelig. Why Woody Allen, though? Although I think, Peter, you're a very big Woody Allen fan, right? So I guess that makes past lives more authentic, but I understand the critique. Maybe a Korean should have proofread the script. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's more like for her, for Celine Song's character, like speaking Korean, it's like, to me it's okay if her Korean's not good, but the other guy who's been living in Korea his whole life, his Korean should be impeccable. So yeah. Fountain Coke is goated most of the time. Fair. Kanye should play me in a movie, or TJ Danny McBride. Wait, what? What? I don't understand, Dan. What do you mean here? Kanye should play me in a movie. So you want you to be played by Kanye, and you want me to be played by Danny McBride, but then what is that movie? Because like, is it just going to be like you watching me on a computer screen, but I'm Danny McBride and you're Kanye West? If you had a movie about you would want... Oh, wait. If you had a movie about you, who would you want to play you? Oh, I see. And I see like most people who are picking these are just picking gingers. Thanks a lot, guys. No, I don't want Ed Sheeran to play me because he is probably not a good actor. And obviously to embody this level of nuance and intelligence and torture, inner turmoil that I constantly feel, you need someone who's got some range. So you know what? I mean, this is wrong, and I don't think this is correct, but I think I do kind of look a little bit like Commander William T. Riker from Star Trek The Next Generation, so he could do an older version of me. TJ in the future. Oh my God, Brianna, thank you so much for the super chat. I will roast you again. It won't take long. I went on Letterboxd again today for the first time since you last did it. Oh my God. Incredible. Who should play me in a movie? Maybe if we're just talking about gingers, maybe Domhnall Gleeson. He'd have to put on a little bit of weight, but I think he could probably do it. You have to grow a beard too. I don't know if he can do that though. There's prosthetic beards. I'm sure he could. Hey, and no one needs to apologize for doing a super chat. Super chats are great. Also, Brianna, what is your Letterboxd name? I do not recall from the last time. Rupert Grint as TJ? Who the hell is Rupert Grint? You should see Isle of Flowers, a fantastic Brazilian movie. Is that an experimental short documentary? Because I think I may have seen it. Oh, Rupert Grint. You know what? The head shape's not quite right, but he could probably do it. Michael Fassbender could play you. Pff, his dick's way bigger than mine. Isle of Flowers, though. I want to look that up and see if I'm right about that. Yo, I think this is the film that I think it is. Yeah, it is. I have seen Isle of Flowers. Actually, yeah, this is a good movie, everybody. I think you could probably catch it. You could probably catch it on YouTube. It's probably one of those short films that's like, it's not, behind any kind of copyright law or anything like that. But this is a really good short experimental documentary. It might not even be a documentary. It might just be an experimental short, but it's super good. Also, thank you to Nerdy Film Girl for the super chat. I appreciate that a lot. What biopic would you love to see? For years, I've wanted an Eartha Kitt biopic. Such a fascinating woman. Ooh, a biopic that I would love to see. You know what? This is probably something that's already been done like quite a bit, but I have never really seen a biopic for any of the like revolutionary communist Russians. And I'm not saying that as like a progressive person. I think we need to like have those things and have them out there. But it seems like biopics, especially in the Western world, are very much focused on people who are held up as like, monoliths or pillars of our civilization or whatever. Like even with Oppenheimer recently, you can see that that's a person who had a big effect on the history of Western culture. So I think it would be kind of fascinating to see a biopic about one of the communist revolutionaries from Russia, someone like Lenin or someone like Marx. I think that would actually be kind of good, because I think a lot of people have opinions about that time period, or at least opinions about communism that are more rooted in what Stalin did and what happened after Stalin was no longer leader of communist Russia. And I think getting an actual biopic that perhaps focused on, the Russian Revolutionary War, October 1917, that kind of stuff, I think that would be kind of cool. I think I would be really into seeing that, actually. TJ, do you make more money through Super Chats than through YouTube monetization? Super Chats absolutely is more. It's not even close. And that largely comes down to me making, I really only do live streams nowadays because I'm actively looking for work. And so I'm not really making content. But I always just get this feeling in my gut where I'm like, what if I just did one more video? What if I just did one more video? Okay, so, but thank you very much, Nerdy Film Girl, for that question. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the hell out of it. So let's get Brianna set up here for the roasting, for the funeral pyre, as we say. All right, I'm going to assume this is you, Brianna, right? Because only you have seen Machinima besides me, because I think we saw it in the same class at university. You can confirm for that. You can confirm that for me. Also, you're being followed by Jack, who is a member of this community. Light me, bro. All right, fine. Give me a second. That would be interesting to watch for sure. Yeah. On Blank Check, they talked about how a good biopic is about a specific part of a person's life rather than trying to cover their whole life. Yeah. So just do like Lenin and the Revolutionary War. That would probably be interesting. TJ should be played by Emily Blunt. I would be honored. I would be honored to have Emily Blunt play me. That would be great. That would be great. TJ, what are your opinions on Harry Carey being the highest rated film? I haven't seen it, so I don't really have any opinions on it, but I hope to see it sometime soon. But I've heard nothing but good things about it. And we have to remember as well, that's like, top rated in one very specific context. Jean Delmont is the best film according to another list, and Shawshank Redemption is the best film according to another list. So, lots of different people have lots of different opinions. Humanity's weird like that. Tilda Swinton would be a perfect TJ. Yeah, she could play both me and older me, as she did in The Eternal Daughter. She's got the range, that's for sure. She's got the range. And since Brianna just got cut off to making a joke, I think it's only fair that we now roast Brianna into the ground. And we've roasted Brianna before, but since she gives off such wonderful pick-me energy, I guess we'll do it again. So it seems that Brianna has not done much with their Letterboxd profile since the last time we were here. There are 9 films listed, and I think perhaps before there were only 3, so congratulations on tripling the amount of films that you have logged. And you have 2 followers. Wow. I don't think I've ever actually seen someone have a percentage higher than 10% followers compared to the films they actually have logged. That's incredible. That's so good. Oh, and look, both of your followers are Jack and Zoe, and I think Zoe's in this community as well. So aren't we such a kind and loving community? Just following each other, even though you don't do shit on this website. So, Brianna, nice profile picture, really captures your features. What is going on here with your recent activity, though? Once again, you can't even be bothered to have a Fave 4, a Fab 4, a Fab 4 even. Why don't they call it the Fab 4? Why don't they reference the Beatles more on this website? I think that is a problem. So your recent activity, I guess you just happened to be watching a film that we were talking about and another film that we were talking about. What's your 4-star review for Scream? Yeah, it's fun. Oh, cool. Thanks for the nuance. Love this take. No one in the history of the world, has ever said, yeah, it's fun. In fact, I've probably said that. That you're probably quoting me directly. The Mummy. Is this also going to be another direct quote? Good. Kind of makes it sound like you're reviewing a sandwich. Isn't this just, the McDonald's tagline? You could have easily just said, I'm loving it, and it would have been exactly the same review. Good grief. You didn't like Deep Water, though. Nah, man. Is a comma necessary here? I don't really want to get into the specifics of grammar when it comes to two-word sentences, but I feel like a comma is just unnecessary. Of course, you wouldn't put a hyphen there because then you're talking about a Batman-type character, and I don't want to ever deal with nah, man. That just sounds like he doesn't have a lot of confidence, is what I'm saying. What even is this film, Deep Water? Oh, right. The film that we all thought might be sexy, which turned out to not be sexy. That first trailer, though. Do you guys remember when that first trailer for Deep Water hit and we all thought to ourselves, oh my God, this might be like the horny psychosexual thriller that we've been missing since the 90s. This could be the new Fatal Attraction. And then it came out and we all just collectively shrugged our shoulders. A lot of people didn't even watch the goddamn movie. Apparently, though, Brianna did, and we should judge her for that accordingly. And then there is Macunaíma, a Brazilian film that I was just talking about that not a lot of people have seen. And you know what? It's pretty fun. And I don't know how anyone would ever be able to watch it, but I recommend you do because it has a lot to do with the shifting demographics in Brazil, as I remember, as I do The Robot, of people moving from rural Brazil into urban Brazil and trying to figure out along the way how the rituals and culture of rural Brazil fit and could be incorporated into this new urban Brazil. Kind of like Canada's film Going Down the Road, which is also very good, and I also recommend. But you guys aren't here. You guys aren't here to hear me talk about movies and call them good. You want me to shit on them. So apparently you have a popular review that I liked, and I'm the only person who has liked it. Good for me. Happy birthday to me. I liked it. Isn't it? Oh, wait. What did I say about this film last time? Was I just talking about how this looks like this guy is about to be phallically... It's a phallus. It's a phallus going in his mouth. Also, I don't know. It's a pretty good skewer. I'm vegan, so I'm going to pretend this is vegan meat. But, it looks like there's a little bit of, vegan mozzarella here with a tomato that's getting roasted. A little bit of a cucumber action maybe going on. This looks delicious. This looks delicious. So maybe a little phallic insertion wouldn't be that bad. Might be a little salty, though. Do you have anything else going on in this profile, Brianna? There's no... There's no lists. Is there even a watch list? Can I recommend a film for you? Nope. So let's just take a look at your whole goddamn diary. Ooh, Oppenheimer, 4 stars. That's a film that we've all seen. Good, loud. There were some characters that I wish had more to do. So this part of the review, you just sound like a grandmother. You just sound like a grandmother, specifically a grandmother of cats. You have had cats for so long in your life that those cats have had babies, and now you're looking after those baby cats. You're a grandma. You're a grandmother to cats. That's what that says. Good, loud. Literally the exact same thing that my parents said about Oppenheimer. They got on the phone with me and they said, you know what, TJ? We just saw Oppenheimer. And I was like, yeah, what'd you think about it? And they were like, it was good. And loud. And then I think my dad asked me, are movies just that loud these days? And I'm like, yeah, movies are pretty loud. They can be, especially ones about the atomic bomb being detonated. Dad. And yeah, it would have been nice if some characters had more to do. Mostly Florence Pugh Pew Pew could have stood to see more of her in that film, and not naked. Just more of her in general because she's a fantastic actress. Get your head out of the gutter, you heathens. So wait, these are all the films that you just rated right this second. So Julie and Julia, a Meryl Streep film that was directed by Nora Ephron. Hey, I forgot about Nora Ephron. Yeah, Sleepless in Seattle. That's not bad. That's not a bad movie. Anyways, fun. These 1 and 2 word sentences, Brianna, why do you like them so much? A good look at the work that goes into writing a book. Amy Adams has the hard work of being the less likable character, but she does it well. This movie will make you hungry. Movies don't make me hungry because I'm eating popcorn while I'm watching them. I am satiating my hunger while watching them. Therefore, they cannot make me hungry. Chef doesn't make me hungry. The Menu didn't make me hungry. Julie and Julia, probably never going to watch it because it has Meryl Streep in it, and for some reason I have a vendetta out against her. Just kidding, Meryl Streep. You're great. Always be Meryl Streep. But yeah, it's not like I want to like get away from roasting Brianna. It's that I don't think there's anything else to do. I don't think there is literally anything else I can say here. Like there's just no more material. And also everything froze there for a second. That was kind of weird for me, a little traumatic. I think it was because Jack showed up in the chat, made everything freeze, but now everything's fine again. Everything's good. We're okay. So there you go. There's the roast of Brianna. It just goes to show that roasts are always better when you have an actual profile. The comma is necessary? I don't know about that. It's about the same as my Twitter followers. Don't you mean your ex-followers? Respect Elon Musk and his quest to absolutely destroy that website. Thanks. 2 films for every dollar you gave TJ to roast. Fair. Miss Flo has some nice... you can just say tits. You don't have to put like pears. You can just say tits though. Yay, we're vegan friends. Nice. Vegans are taking over the world, baby. Woo! High five for the vegans out there. Oh, you had your cats neutered? So you've just adopted multiple generations of cats then. That makes more sense actually. What are some hot takes on movies people generally like, but you did not? Hot takes on movies that I don't like? Well, I mean, I'm just gonna mention that we have a hot takes section of the Cinemateq Discord. So if you want to join up for that and see some hot takes, you can. Link in the description box below. Hot takes about movies that I don't like? On movies people generally like, but you did not. I mean... everyone kind of knows what my answer to this is if you've been watching me long enough. It's La La Land. I think that movie is fucking average, and I'm so tired of seeing it in people's top 4s. I'm just here to troll TJ in a friendly way. Aw, that's so nice. I love being trolled in a friendly way. Being trolled in a hateful way hurts. It hurts a lot. Right here. In the poltergeist image on me right now. Chilling. Oh wait, what? I aspire to own 4 cats one day. Chilling at 1 currently. I have 1 cat, and I don't know if I would want more than that. Although my parents have told me that if they meet an untimely demise, I will inherit their cat, who is like a 20-pound Maine Coon female who's just got like the most gorgeous long hair in the world. So maybe I'll end up with 2, but I guess that just depends on when my parents decide to kick off the mortal coil. Interstellar and The Dark Knight are so overrated. I don't think Interstellar is overrated. I think Interstellar is actually pretty good. The Dark Knight's a little overrated though, although it gets a lot of its praise, I think, due to Heath Ledger's performance being as good as it is. But I've talked about that before. I agree that was one of my very few critiques. Florence Pugh's character was underdeveloped, so I didn't care as much when she died. Yeah, and like the sad thing is that's a criticism that you can apply to every Christopher Nolan film, I think. Like, it's kind of a common critique of all Christopher Nolan films that all of the narratives like require or at least demand at some point the death of a woman. Certainly Following does. Memento does because it's his dead wife. Insomnia does because they are solving the crime of a woman being killed. Batman Begins has Batman's mom getting killed, although you could even argue that that's not even the traumatic death of the film, because I think Bruce was far more aligned with his father. Then you have The Prestige, in which one of the women characters dies at the very early part of the film, and that spurs the whole that spurs the whole rivalry between the musicians. Then you have The Dark Knight, which literally has Katie Holmes or Maggie Gyllenhaal's character getting blown up, and that triggers Two-Face. Then you have Inception, which has Maud, played by Marianne Cotillard. Her death, suicide, is a trigger for a whole bunch of stuff. Then you have God damn it. Then you have The Dark Knight Rises, which has the, not death, but the poor treatment of Ra's al Ghul's daughter being the kickoff to that whole story. And then after that, you have, what came after that? Was that Interstellar that came after that? I think Interstellar is one of the only ones that doesn't. I think it's one of the only ones that doesn't. And then, of course, there's like no women in Dunkirk. Tenant, like, barely had, like, I know there's a woman character in it played by that really tall woman. I forget her name now, but she doesn't really have a lot to do in that movie, and yeah, I mean, the entire reason why that guy wants to like end time or whatever, the Kenneth Branagh character, is because his wife, I don't know, the guy just hates women or something like that. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, and then you've got Oppenheimer, where the women are really sidelined, and maybe Oppenheimer's views on things are twisted by the fact that he thinks that possibly Florence Pugh's character was killed by the CIA or some shit like that. I don't know. There's just a lot. There's a lot of women having bad times in Christopher Nolan films. Doesn't know what to do with women. That was what I was trying to say in the dumb review. Oh, gotcha. Feel like these are overrated. The Pianist, Witness for the Prosecution, Midnight Cowboy, Forrest Gump, The Wailing, and Most Godard. Okay, for one thing, Witness for the Prosecution is dope. How dare you? And Most Godard, I don't think is overrated. I think he has a very particular place in film history, and that needs to be respected. Nolan is not anti-women. His movies would suggest otherwise. Like, he just doesn't do stories about women, and even his stories about men mostly require the death or oppression of women in order to happen. So, like, maybe he's not anti-women, but he's not pro-women. Elizabeth DeBecky, thank you very much. Interstellar has the wife. Well, I'm thinking more of the wife. Oh, yeah. Matthew McConaughey's wife in that film dies before the film even starts. But then in terms of like characters who are on screen, you also have Anne Hathaway, who has like a decently okay arc. It's funny that Barbie had so much diversity. It was called woke, and Oppenheimer didn't have any black characters, and a woman doesn't come in for 20 minutes and are sidelined. Yeah, two different films. Although I don't know the history of the atom bomb well enough to know if there should have been more characters in it, and I think it probably also would have been time period appropriate to not have black people in that. But once again, that may not be true, and Christopher Nolan maybe has just missed a couple of people. But yeah. What do you think the best acting performance you've ever seen is? The woman in Passion of Joan of Arc. Absolutely the best. Boy and Alphaville is only above 3.5 to me, but I'm going to try more Godard. Always interesting films. I mean, Breathless is just so important. And I hate using that as a crutch to talk about films as to why, like it's almost like a film is important because it has its spot in history. And I hate talking about films in that way because it's so nebulous and really hard to pin down. Like, Who decided that it was important to history? Were there other films that were important to history? How do you measure importance to history? And it's just tough. It's tough to do. It's a lot easier to talk about films and when we're talking about quality in terms of the actual film craft involved and how they were put together and perhaps how they were received by general audiences at that time, right? So to just say that Breathless is good because it's important, you know, it's certainly not the whole story, but it's the thing that it's the way that I learned about that film, kicking off the French New Wave along with the 400 Blows. And that had its own knock-on effects. Like, if not for the French New Wave, Hollywood would have continued to be boring and stagnant well into the late 60s instead of becoming the new Hollywood of the late 60s and actually starting and creating an atmosphere where more independent voices started to get heard, which then increased so much other stuff going on. You started getting more queer films, more gay films, more films directed by women, different types of stories that were not so clean. Just all kinds of cool shit going on in Hollywood in like the late 60s and certainly into the 70s. Like, if not for the French New Wave, I don't know if you get Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 1974, for example. I don't know if that movie happens without the French New Wave. Even though they're not aesthetically connected, it's difficult to think about how Hollywood would have progressed to the point where Texas Chainsaw Massacre could have happened in 1974 without the French New Wave and without that more revolutionary type of cinema happening in the 1960s. If that hadn't happened, I don't know if you get those kinds of revolutionary films, not politically revolutionary, although you could probably make an argument, happening in the early 1970s. So, yeah, it's a weird thing. And Breathless is great, though. Breathless is a lot of fun, I think. Because it is a movie that's taking the piss out of Hollywood, which is always fun to see. Hot take, Avatar is the worst James Cameron movie, excluding Piranha. Well, you can't just exclude Piranha. Yo, this is the worst movie, except for this one movie that everyone agrees is the worst. Viv Sevi is a banger. Love that. Love seeing people in the chat refer to Godard film as bangers. Hell yeah. Goyer is such a bad writer. Oh, David S. Goyer? Yeah. He's worse than David S. Goyer, who cannot rate women at all. True. I don't know. How is it woke to just have people in a movie? I mean, you listen to conservative right-wing shitheads enough, and that's basically what they just talk about. All of this forced diversity is ruining America. Shut the fuck up. I'm seeing Breathless for the first time in the movie theater in September. Nice. That'd actually be a cool movie to see in movie theaters, actually. I'd be kind of interesting to know, or interested to know, how people react to it. Like, will there be people chuckling? Because it is kind of a funny movie. Are there people who are gonna laugh along with Breathless? I don't know. But you know what we all can do? We can all laugh at Wiglarin. Wiglarin? I just keep burping a lot and I don't know why. Wiglarin. We're all here to laugh at Wiglarin. And how can we not with a profile picture like this? Have you ever seen some MS Paint bullshit, yet somehow, this was also drawn with pencil crayon? Look at that beard. You can't do that in paint. That's like pencil crayon watercolor bullshit. But then look at that hat. That hat is definitely done in paint. And look at this yellow background. For sure done in paint. So who is taking this like freehand drawn wizard type thing? Is this supposed to be Harry Potter like 40 years after the last movie? I don't even know. Who is scanning this and then bringing it into paint and then doing this to it? I can only assume that they are desperate to have a yellow-red aesthetic in their lives. And that is redonkulous. Redonkulous. And I'm not even seeing that aesthetic really represented here in the favorite film, so I guess we all know that it's bullshit. So right up here in Wiglarin's bio, we have my favorites, which I assume we're going to get to when we look in the list, and then their location is look behind you. Oh yeah? Where are you? You ain't nowhere. Telling me to look behind me like I'm a sucker. Get out of here with your favorite films, including 2001: A Space Odyssey, which actually is behind me. Wait, is that what you were doing? Is that what you were setting up the whole time? You knew that I would have that 2001 poster behind me? So when you put that in your favorite films and I look behind me, I see your favorite film and not you yourself? If that's what you actually did, if that's what you are actually playing at, congratulations. You played me, and I love that for you. We also have High and Low, The Thing, and Whisper of the Heart, which makes me think that you are maybe just another member of the community who has created this fake profile in order to get like another favorite 4 out there that's just the same as your other profile. Because this does look like someone who's in the community already, and maybe you are, because of course you wanted to get roasted, so maybe that's how it works. And it looks like we do have some written reviews, so we will get some words for this person. Yeah, I don't see anything else to roast, so let's take a look at their old boy review, which is just someone pretending like they weren't masturbating throughout the whole thing. Or maybe that's their O face. It's hard to say. I'm so happy that you were able to unlock a new kink by watching Old Boy. And now we just all have to wonder what that kink is. Was it the squid being eaten? Was it the incest? It's a toss-up one way or the other. What's going on here with Cinema Paradiso review? I've just decided I'm going to be Alfredo when I'm old. So you're going to be like a dude living in Italy in like the heavily Christian period. Actually, does Cinema Paradiso take place in fascist Italy or after fascist Italy? When is this movie taking place? When does Cinema Paradiso take place? Thank you so much to Jack for the super chat. Appreciate that. It takes place in the late 40s. So yeah, it's taking place in, no wait, post-fascist Italy, but they're still ruled by the church, so kind of fascist Italy. So you want to be an old guy living in 1940s Italy, having to cut out film scenes of people kissing from films. That's your goal in life? I mean, first of all, invent a time machine, bro. I personally would not bet on someone named Wiglaren being the person who figures out how to travel back in time, but that's the thing you're going to have to do first. And I hope you can do it. You're not going to be able to just fly into a kaleidoscope like they do in 2001: A Space Odyssey, so you're going to have your hands full, I think, with this project. You also gave The Graduate 4 stars and Rashomon 4.5 stars. So it looks like you're currently on your, hey, I need to watch everything that's on the Criterion Channel arc. And I think I'm going to have to call you a basic Criterion bitch for that. Although, no, not yet. Not yet. We're not there yet. Popular reviews. Ooh, this one's got 5 likes. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, a 2-star. Do we have an MCU hater here? Oh my goodness. That's it. MCU's officially dead. We had a good run, but this was the final straw. Really? That's fascinating. Because in my mind, this was like the only good MCU film that's come out in like the last 3 years. So I guess maybe we just have a bit of a different taste. Although I will agree that the MCU is done and dead and over with. And let's not talk about it anymore. Isle of the Dogs, also a very popular review for you with 1 like. Good for you. If dogs in the real world were voiced by Walter White, then maybe I wouldn't hate them. You hate dogs? Are you sure? Are you a real person? You hate dogs. Man's best friend. You hate dogs. I have a cat, and he is great, and I love cats. But, like, even I do not hate dogs. Dogs are great. What? Who hates dogs? They're so great. Oh, wait a minute. There's 8 comments on this. I gotta read some of this shit. Yo, what kind of guy hates dogs? But we don't want dogs cooking up meth. That's true. Or do we? LOL. Good one. This could have been one comment. That could have been one comment. Reviewer Fluffy. I'm sorry to have to say it. That could have been one comment. I don't think that there are any laws against that kind of dog labor, so cheap workforce. Also, dogs are pretty loyal, so they won't give us up to the cops easy. My guy, dogs are cops. Dogs work with the cops. What are you talking about? You want someone to keep your secrets who's not going to be a snitch? Get a cat. Cats do not cop. Cats do not talk to the cops, for sure. This is a great idea. No, it's not, but I can only assume that someone with your amount of brain cells would think that it's a good idea. It's a terrible idea. It's a bad idea. Let's take a look at these 10 little lists. Missing years. Years that I haven't seen a single movie from. Ooh, that's kind of interesting, actually. Of course, a lot of these are from very early on. Yeah, it looks like these just basically go from, like, what, 1924 all the way up to 74? And there's 33 films here? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Phantom Carriage is 24, right? Oh, it's 21. Oh, that makes even more sense. It's just straight up 21 to 74. Yeah. Yeah. And you should be ashamed of that. But at least you've got some good movies to look forward to. And there's a lot of good ones here. A lot of good ones. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Conformist, Midnight Cowboy, Harry Carey, Yojimbo, Ikuru, In a Lonely Place. Haven't seen that one, but I've heard a lot of good things. Gaslight, The Oxbow Incident, The Bride of Frankenstein. Beautiful movie, that. It Happened One Night, Vampire, M, The Blue Angel, a little bit of Marlene Dietrich in your life. My goodness, yes please. I saw M, baby. Yep, M is dope. Kubrick ranking. Aw, film bro. Why you gotta be a film bro? 2001: A Space Odyssey, Paths of Glory, Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon, Full Metal Jacket. The Shining that low? Bullshit. Definitely put it ahead of Full Metal Jacket and Clockwork Orange and Paths of Glory. Like, I can understand maybe taking Barry Lyndon over that. I personally wouldn't, but anything else, that's just dumb. That's just stupid. Also, Scream rankings. Hey, look, the fun one is number 1. Scream 4 in number 2. That's a good take. Scream 2 over Scream 5, or that's Scream 6. And then Scream, which is the 5th one, in 5, right? And then Scream 3 last. You know what? This is largely accurate, although I think I prefer Scream over Scream 6. Like Scream 5 over Scream 6, excuse me. But not bad. Not bad. Let's take a look at these films. Wigglarin. What do we got going on here? Emoji Movie. It's just boring stuff again. Come on, give me the good stuff. Give me the films that are awesome that you think are bad. No, this is all just not very good movies. I mean, Top Gun at 2 stars. I take personal offense at that. It's a good movie, goddammit. Wait, what the fuck is this movie? The Year I Started Masturbating? Huh? Okay, just judging by this, I assume it's from Scandinavia. Art jag solta presta och borger. I wonder what country this is from. Oh, it's Swedish. Ambitious overachiever Hannah just needs one more kid before her life is perfect. What? Instead, her baby daddy unexpectedly dumps her. Suddenly, she finds herself without a place to live, job, or family. With every fiber of her being set for victory, Hannah refuses to give up and decides to win him back. But to get there means having to win something much more important, love and desire for herself and who she is. So, how many kids did she have with this guy? Because if he just leaves her without a place to live or a job or family, but like has kids with her, that guy sucks. Like you don't want to be with that guy again. This has like r/relationship advice written all over it, and they are not happy about it. Jeez Louise, why did I even find out about this? Oh, because it's not very good. Okay, I get it now. I've connected all the dots. Also, The Last Jedi at 2 stars. Lame opinion from a lame person from the looks of it. So let's see the highest rated. Ooh, really want to call him a basic Criterion bitch. I really want to do it, but it just looks more like basic Film Bro stuff. Yeah, kind of does look like basic Film Bro stuff. They do have Passion of Joan of Arc though, at a 4.5 star. That's good to see. But yeah, Dark Knight at 4.5 star. Hey, Lady Bird, film directed by a woman. Huzzah! They're slowly starting to get away from the film broness. Isn't that nice? Good for them. American Beauty, Another Round, The Martian, School of Rock, The Thing. Yup. Just a film bro. Just a film bro. Sad. Isn't it sad when they're just film bros? Not even exciting. Just film bros. Just boring old film bros. Only dog I hate is Only dog I hate is the artist. My God. Dox them. Why? Because they don't like dogs? I mean, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not saying I'm a cat person. I'm a dog person, but also don't hate cats. Cats are great. Recently bought Clockwork Orange. I'm excited to watch it. I've never seen it. Have fun with that. That is it's a bit of a difficult movie. This is like just mom's storyline in Pleasantville. What does that even mean? I've never seen Pleasantville. Also, shout out again to Jack for the super chat. I appreciate that. Jack, do you want a roast or recommendations or anything like that? Let me know. I did see here that you just said I just want to talk. Oh, you just want to talk with them after we dox them for their take on for their take on dogs. No kissing, says Brianna. I really don't need to know about your dating rules. I really don't need to hear about that. I mean, I have like one new review. Haven't been very active on the box. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just a reminder, a little bit later in the live stream, probably when I get a little bit tired of roasting, I am going to be putting together my Hooptober X roast. So, or not roast, but list. So we're going to be doing that together. Hopefully we'll be picking some good movies together, for me, specifically. Hey man, about to drop my Letterboxd for you to roast me. Nice. I look forward to that. If you're just dropping it in the Letterboxd comment list, I'm not going to get to it for a long while, like months, potentially. But hey, that's cool. Thank you very much for supporting the channel by being here and hanging out. And if you want to jump the line, it's just a super chat. You still haven't watched Funeral Parade of Roses, TJ Sir. That's true. I have not. And I feel dumb for that. But I'll get to it eventually. Hot take, Halloween 2 Rob Zombie rules. I like that movie. I don't think that's a hot take. I mean, I know it's a hot take for a lot of people, but for me, very good take. 3.5-star film. Which Quan Miltz novel do you think would make a good film adaptation? Who? Who is this? I am not familiar with this author, and I am very weird. I'm about to get taken down a scary internet hole. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is maybe the best question that anyone has ever asked me. I'm going to blow these up so y'all can read these titles along with me. The Coldest Thug Ever, A Thug's Rise. This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib. Pastors Eat Pussy 2, a ratchet Christian novella. My Psycho Baby Daddy. Old Thought Next Door. This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib, Episode 2. Also, look at these Goodreads ratings. I do not use this site, but even I know that anything over a 4 on Goodreads is extraordinarily high. Seeing a 4.5 for This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib 2, that's wild. Also, Old Thought Next Door 2, the finale. This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib 3, well, we all needed that trilogy to end. Yo Mama's on Crack Rock, a single black mother's cautionary tale of addiction. Pregnant by My Gay Stepdaddy. Project Hoe Dreams. CNA Hoe Dreams. Crack Hoe Dreams. The Dope Fiend's Daughter, full standalone. Tax Season Thoughts. Hoe is Life, full standalone. My Psycho Baby Daddy 2, the finale. My Baby Mama is a Loser. Crack Hoe Dreams Episode 2. Lil Mama Selling Pussy, full standalone. Big Dick Energy. My Boyfriend Beats Me, but I Still Love Him. Oh. This Hoe Eats Chitlins. I don't even know what that means. Finesse Queens. My Boyfriend Beats Me, but I Still Love Him, Episode 2. Oh my God. You know what? I mean, since the person who asked this question was trying to figure out or trying to get me to say which one of these should be adapted into a film, I think My Boyfriend Beats Me But I Still Love Him was already made into 50 Shades of Grey. So I think maybe that's already been completed. But out of the ones that have not been, I feel like Pastors Eat Pussy 2 is the one that I want to see. I really want to see that. I want to see the character arc of a pastor who has sworn off sexual relationships with women, or anyone really, because of their relationship to the church, and then gets the undesirable urge to perform cunnilingus on a woman. And he doesn't know what to do. He knows he wants to do it, but he doesn't know how. And then he finds, maybe a person in his congregation who's like, you know what, pastor? If you want to learn, I'd be more than willing to teach you. And then you get this interesting master-student teacher-student kind of relationship going on between them. And they both are able to get closer to God because of this relationship. And when I say closer to God, I mean having orgasms. They're able to have the most intense orgasms possible. Imagine, if you will, a scene in this film where it's before Sunday service. It's before Sunday service, and the pastor and the woman who he is who is teaching him are having a private meeting in the pastor's little pastor office in the church, and the congregation's filing in, and they're starting to sit at the pews, right? They're starting to like get their Bibles. They're looking up at that thing that tells you which hymns are going to get sung today, and they're like, oh shit, I'm all about hymn 221. I sing that shit in the shower. And then the pastor says, you know what? I really just need to get this out of my system before I go talk about how great God is. So I'm gonna go down on you right now. And so he does. And he's gotten so good at it by this point that the woman is just so elated. She is being very vocal with how much she loves what the pastor is doing. And in the process of that, she yells out like, oh God, God is good. I love God. God, I love what you're doing to me. That kind of stuff. And then the people in the congregation are like, what? They're looking at each other like, what's going on back there? Because they can hear this. She's being so loud that they can hear this. Also, anytime she says Jesus, you have to do a match cut to Jesus on the cross in the church. And and maybe whatever look he has on his face will be hilarious. And then and then one of the women in the congregation like leans over to one of her friends in the congregation and is like, I think I need to book some personal time with the pastor. And that's when the credits roll. That's it. That's how the movie ends. So I think Pastors Eat Pussy 2 would be the best film. The best book by Quance Mills to adapt. I think we can probably all agree. But if you think another book that I mentioned in this list of books, and I don't think we got to all of them, but we got to a few of them. If you think there are any others in there that would be good, let me know. CTJ, I gotta go. Well, Cinephile Central, thank you very much for hanging out. And thank you to Alex Lopez for doing the super chat and jumping the line. Clockwork King is the Letterboxd. If you don't have a Clockwork Orange in your top 4, I'm going to tell you all about why you are a dummy. So I hope you're ready for that. And no changing your top 4. You're on the honor system. Oh, interesting. Please forgive them. They do not know what they do. Or maybe some dude named Jesus? Sure. Did TJ just basically come up with an entire film plot script on the spot? That was more of a scene. That was more of like the grand finale. But yeah, it's a fun thing to do. You watch enough movies. Actually, no, I guess I did do the whole plot, didn't I? I guess I did do the whole film to a certain extent. There needs to be like a conflict in there, right? So of course, the pastor who's really into eating pussy, he probably is gonna have like a cardinal or a bishop or something like that. I don't really know how these churches work in terms of their hierarchies because I hate them. But I'm sure that like one of the bishops will be visiting and like auditing his church, because maybe, oh, here we go. So the pastor, there is a low attendance of people at his church, and he needs to try to figure out a way of bringing them back in. And at the same time, he starts to realize that he's really into performing cunnilingus on women. And so he starts to, we get into this teacher-student relationship that I mentioned, but then he gets so good that the teacher, quote unquote, starts bragging about him to other members of the community, not specifically people in the congregation, but people in the community. And so they start approaching him, and he's like, well, I just really love doing this, so I'm going to keep doing it. And then people start coming more to the congregation, and the bishop hears about this, and he's like, I got to figure out what this guy's doing. I got to figure out what's going on at this church, because this is how we need to get people back in to God, because our numbers are down, and we got to get those numbers up for Jesus. And it's in that final moment when the bishop is in the congregation, surrounded by women, and you hear in the back the woman having the most loud orgasm of their life, and the bishop's kind of like, huh? And then he's looking around at all the women, and they're just kind of like, or they're like smirking, they're like, we've all been there before. And then he's kind of like, huh? And then the credits roll over that freeze frame of the bishop's face, being like, that's how we get more people to go to church? We eat pussy? There you go. Another classic TJ quote for you. Atheist King. Booyah. Like Hellfire, suitable song? Sure. I used to have Clockwork Orange in my top 4, but I decided to change it up, but it's one of my favorite films. Cool. Good to know. Gonna roast you anyways. Also, the Dark Knight trilogy will play in select theaters on Batman Day. Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if they were showing it on film. Like, if they were to do, the Dark Knight on IMAX film, that'd be dope. That'd be a cool thing to do. And also, Batman Begins is a pretty good movie, and so is The Dark Knight. So that would be kind of fun. I don't know if I'm going to do that, though. What is Batman Day? What defines Batman Day? Is it like Batman's birthday or something? I don't know about that. That's a weird thing. Speaking of weird things, Clockwork King. Oh, I'm coming for you. You want to call yourself the king? Not in this kingdom, baby. There's only one Cinephile Supreme, and you're looking at his face right now. And naturally, because this person's name is Clockwork King, they need to have a profile picture of a rapist. There he is, a rapist, with blue eyes, no doubt. Or no less, I should say, and a bowler hat. Funny thing about Clockwork Orange and the bowler hat fashion, no one in the history of the world has worn a bowler hat since this film came out, because they do not want to be associated with a rapist, unlike this person known as Clockwork King. And I guess there's also a bio. Yes. What is going on here? Oh, if this is just like quoting Clockwork Orange, we're going to have fun. There was me, that is Alex, and my 3 droogs, that is Pete, Georgie, and Dim, and we sat in the Korova Milk Bar trying to make up our Rassiducks what to do with the evening. Yes, confirmed, this is literally a voiceover from the Clockwork Orange. The Korova Milk Bar sold Milk Plus, Velicet, or Synthmesic, or Drentrum, which is what we were drinking. This would sharpen you up and make you ready for a bit of the old ultra-violence. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, Clockwork Orange is based off of a book, and yes, the book is even more incomprehensible than what I just said. I tried to read it once. I think I got 10 pages in and said, you know what? I have better things to do with my time. Although it's probably a decent book. So, favorite films: Goodfellas, Boogie Nights, Almost Famous, and Lawrence of Arabia. Just a bunch of white men directing films. I think we got a film bro on our hands. A film bro named Clockwork King? No, that couldn't possibly be true. Except it is. Of course it is. Recent activity. You saw Bottoms and gave it 5 stars? How have you seen Bottoms? It's like, not in theaters yet? Or is it in theaters and I'm just an idiot and I've been missing it? Bottoms is directed by Emma Segelman. That's true. And stars Rachel Sinois and Ayo Edibiri as the leads. That's also true. Congratulations, you're 10 for 10. I was very excited from what I've heard from people back when it debuted at South by Southwest back in April. It was my most anticipated movie out this month, blah, 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 blah. The Q&A was fun, and I was able to talk to the director for 3 minutes. She's very down to earth and Canadian. And she spent some time talking to fans. Absolutely one of the best experiences I've ever had. Well, good for you for having an experience, but how dare you waste 2 Canadians' times in such a short amount of time? You waste the time of Emma Sengel 2 days ago, and then you come on this live stream and you're like, oh, can you I don't know, roast me please? And I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna have fun doing it, but come on. Leave the Canadians alone a little bit, please. We need time to recover when people talk to us. Surf's Up, 4.5 stars. That's a ridiculous thing to give this film. Surf's Up is an animated film from 2007 that is produced by the Sony Picture Animation Division, and this film is one of the first films they made of their label. You know what? This is giving me PTSD from that time I was a teaching assistant for film studies, because that is just every first sentence to a shitty essay ever. Just saying things that are true. And I don't know what kind of gravitas this lends you, but it actually lends you very little, if any, at all. Because anyone can just say the things that are true. I don't know if that's how you should be writing your reviews. We also have, you are so not invited to my bar mitzvah. I wonder what kind of fun facts are going to be in the first line. You Are So Not Invited to My Bar Mitzvah is the newest Gen Z comedy that is now on Netflix starting today and is directed by Sammy Cohen, who previously did the Hulu original high school comedy Crush. Oh, man. Seriously, just to self-roast myself a little bit too, that's how I was starting essays back when I was in university. So, don't feel too bad, but also feel kind of bad. Wild at Heart is directed by David Lynch and stars Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern as our leads. I just have this need to take out a red pen and start marking this, and I need to let go of that. I need to put the red pen down, or else I will never leave. God damn it. Barbie is directed by Greta Gerwig and stars Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling as the main leads. Oh my god, it's all of them. It's all the way down. It's just facts. You're just spitting facts. So many facts. You got a lot of followers though. That's not bad. Maybe I should be spitting more facts in my reviews instead of being entertaining, or at least trying to be funny. My top 5 favorite comedies. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a comedy? Is it? Which part did you laugh at? What were the funny bits? I don't know about that. Borat, Monty Python, Big Lebowski, The Dictator. Yeah, those are actually comedies. I would question Once Upon a Time in Hollywood being a comedy, though. My favorite movies. So this is where we are going to see Clockwork Orange show up, right? Ooh, very film bro. Oh, La La Land. Oh, gross. I'm going to throw up in my mouth. The Deer Hunter, Rosemary's Baby. Wait, I didn't see a Clockwork Orange in here at all. Did I miss it? Oh, no, there it is. Excuse me. You just gave it a different poster, and that's why I missed it. Yep, full film, bro. Can't fool me with including Barbie here. You can't do it. You can't do it. Although all that jazz is sick. Just going to say that out loud. Also saw a Roman Polanski film there. Just going to remind everybody that Roman Polanski is, in fact, a pedophile. Top 5 of my favorite animated movies. Shrek and Shrek 2 over Ratatouille. Excuse you? Pardon me? Updated 21 minutes ago. Were you expecting me to come here? Are you trying to get me to say bad shit about Shrek? Are you trying to get me in trouble with the Shrekies out there? That's what I've decided that people who are part of the Shrek fandom should be called from now on. The Shrekies. They eat Shreddies, and they really love people named Eddie and other things that rhyme with Shrekky. Top 5 favorite mafia movies. How many lists do you have? Top 5 favorite sci-fi. It's just Star Wars, and then A Clockwork Orange 2001, and Interstellar. So Film Bro, Film Bro, Film Bro, Film Bro, Film Bro. Nice. Nice. My top 5 favorite action films. Is Apocalypse Now an action film? Yeah, I guess. It doesn't feel like one, though. Top 5 favorite musicals. Ooh, La Bamba, Fiddler on the Roof, all that jazz. Amadeus. The Umbrellas of Cherbourg. I keep forgetting that Amadeus is a musical. I always just assume that it's a movie about people being like enslaved, you know? But then that's Amistad. I always confuse Amadeus with Amistad. Anyone else do that in the chat? Let me know. Let me know. My favorite movies of 2020, The Trial of the Chicago 7 was #1. Ooh, someone's dick riding Aaron Sorkin a little bit too hard, I think. Enola Holmes? Enola Holmes? Wait, were you going out of your way to just see the most basic Hollywood garbage you could? Did you even, like, what? Ew. Ew. I was going to say, did you even go to a movie theater? Because, of course, like, no one did, because it was 2020 and we were all scared of getting sick. But a lot of these are just Netflix films. The Five Bloods, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. I'm thinking of Ending Things, Mank, Enola Holmes. Those are just Netflix movies. Palm Springs is Hulu. Tenet actually went to theaters. Devil All the Time, that was Netflix as well. Birds of Prey I saw in theaters. Bill and Ted Face the Music, that was in theaters. But yeah, a lot of these are just like Netflix streaming movies, which makes sense. I know it was 2020, but like, geez Louise, you just kind of went out of your way to see all of the not very good things. And also Trial of the Chicago 7, which is fine. It's just not that good. My guilty pleasure movies of all time. Cat in the Hat and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yo, if you're like a big stoner, just say that. You don't have to like try to hide it from me. I'm Canadian. The Canadian government's not going to come after you or me for you smoking weed. So just let us know. Cat in the Hat and Fear and Loathing, you're into weed. It's fine. Maybe you're into mushrooms too. Other psychedelics. I'm all good with that. No problem. But just say it. Just say it out loud. Thomas and the Magical Railroad, Adventures in Babysitting, Brother Bear, Rocky 4, Magical Mystery Tour, Fred the Movie. Wait, what are these ranked by, and why is Ace Ventura: Pet Detective last? How can that be last? How is that ranked after Kangaroo Jack, The Phantom Menace, The Nutty Professor, The Love Guru? The Love Guru? You're going to tell me that Ace Ventura is worse than The Love Guru? Even as a Canadian, and Mike Myers being a Canadian, I cannot sanction that. That's some bullshit. So, your films, Clockwork King. Your films. What do we got? What's on the low end? Stardust, Tom and Jerry. These are some different films than I see usually. Manos. Aw, look at you. You watched a film on Mystery Science Theater 3000 and decided it was bad. Good job. Way to be led to a conclusion. Cool. Also, They, Them, Jesus Rolls. Oh yeah, remember the sequel that they made to The Big Lebowski? Y'all remember that? The sequel that they made to The Big Lebowski? They made a sequel to The Big Lebowski. It's called The Jesus Rolls. Directed by John Turturro, no less. Rebecca the Nutcracker. Wait, is this? The Nutcracker, The Untold Story, also known as The Nutcracker in 3D. Jesus. Wait, that's Elle Fanning? Oh my god, she's a baby. She's a little baby. Wait, Nathan Lane and John Turturro are in this as well? What? Oh god. Oh god, did they try to turn, like, John Turturro into Andy Warhol? Is that what they were going for with that haircut? That looks like Andy Warhol, right? I'm not the only one who's seeing that Andy Warhol is definitely in this Nutcracker movie for some goddamn reason, right? That's fucked up. That's weird. Why would you have Andy Warhol, played by John Turturro, in your movie? A rare cinephile saying The Father and Sound of Metal. Oh, you're just talking about movies made from 2020. Never mind. I'm going to ignore chat. I'm going to ignore you, chat. I'm very sorry. The Holiday Special, Halloween Ends, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. Yeah, these are all pretty bad. I'm not seeing anything here that I would be especially upset about. Spring Break. See, this is what the pastor that we're talking about is seeing, right? Like maybe he sees a poster like this and he's like, I wanna go there and understand it a little bit better, you know? And then he goes after it. And he gets real good at it. The Cunnilingus, I mean. Secret Invasion, that's not a movie. To get that out of here. House Party, The Mother, okay. These are mostly not good films. So, what's at the top end? What are the 5 stars? You got a lot of 5 stars. Oh, God. What is your distribution? Are you one of those people that just loves movies? Oh, look at this distribution. That's not great. That's not great. That's a lot of movies. Like, pretty much everything is rated 3 stars and over. In fact, probably a majority are 3.5 or over. Ooh. A majority 3.5 over? No, that's ridiculous. That's silly. What does this even mean? No, you're doing it wrong. You love film too much. Hate films like me. The key to being a good cinephile is actually hating movies. So what are the 5 stars? What are the actual ones? Are there anything? Oh my god. Wait, is that the paint drying movie? I was gonna say La La Land, god damn it, get this out of here, but you have the paint drying movie here? Are you one of those people who like posts reviews of it and answers questions and stuff? Like, is that are you one of those people? Because that just kind of makes me sick. I see here that you have Twin Peaks here. That's great. Also TV series, shouldn't be here. But like, why would you do this to yourself? Why would you have paint drying on here besides such actual good films as After Sun and No Country for Old Men and Psycho and Citizen Kane and Predator? God. Minions. The fuck is that doing here? The Minion Rise of Gru? That movie's as good as The Thing? And The Young Girls of Rochefort? No. Also, The Room at 5 stars? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. It's okay. It's okay with saying films are bad when they are. You can like films that are bad. That's fine. But, like, don't do shit like this. Rate films the way that I rate them, or else you're dumb and stupid. Boom. Roasted. Once Upon a Time in America. Skyfall? Jesus Christ. James Bond should not be in a Home Alone movie. That's all I'm going to say about that. Magnolia, Trainspotting, It's a Wonderful Life, Love and Mercy, Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. That's television, though, right? That's a TV episode. It's a TV episode. What's the point of that? Euphoria seasons 1 and 2 from the looks of it? A TV series. Don't put those here. I really wish... Actually, can you do this? Can I, like, not see television shows? Okay, I can. Good. So from now on, we all know that when I bitch and complain about people having television shows, I could easily just take those away and never see them again. So I'm doing this to myself. The Last Movie Stars. What even is that? Written by Ethan Hawke. Oh, it's a film about Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward. Cool. A 380-minute documentary. Huh? Ethan Hawke, you gotta hire an editor, bro. Maybe 2 of them with that amount of footage. Maybe even 10. Jeez Louise. All right, Clockwork King. I don't think there's much else for me to do here except for give you a recommendation. Oh, you do not have many things for me to recommend from. And these are all films that are not out yet. So, shit. You've put a problem in front of me because I don't recommend films that I haven't seen. So what film should I actually recommend for you? All right, hold on. I can figure this out. So what have you seen a lot of? You've seen... Recommend Tombstone? I should. I really, really should. Wait, what is this Yoda retires thing? What is this paper mache bullshit? The hell? A former Star Wars actor relapses into his addictions and loses everything because of it? Huh? All right, Clockwork King or Alex in the chat. Some people are starting to recommend movies for you. Tombstone and Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Those are both good picks. But I'm going to do something a little different. I am going to recommend... Like, to me, looking at this, I'm seeing a lot of recent films, and I'm also seeing, like, the greatest hits of American cinema to some degree, and the occasional French film. So, I think I need to recommend for you... You know what? We're going to go with Spirit of the Beehive. Yeah. You have to watch Spirit of the Beehive. It's a Spanish film, and I don't see any Spanish films here, so I'm going to assume it's going to be one of your first Spanish language films, especially from Spain. And it is a beautiful film about growing up in Spain, and that's all I'm going to say. But no, the cinematography is breathtaking. So go watch Spirit of the Beehive. That's my recommendation. You got to do it. That's the contract. You signed it. You got to go do it. You got to go do it. All right, everyone. I think I'm going to do one more roast. I'm going to do one more roast, and then we're going to work on that list. So just got to get this. Oh yeah, I've been waiting to do this roast. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Also, I'm sorry if my reviews are generic. Maybe I'm too serious in my reviews. No, it's fine. It's fine. Review movies however you want to. I was just taking the piss out of you because it was a roast. Yeah, review films however you want. It does seem like you're being very formal, though. And that's not a bad thing. You're just being very formal with it. And no, I'm not going to recommend Gumo. I haven't seen it. And also, I don't think anyone should be recommending Gumo. Well, I guess it's fine. I guess recommending Gumo is fine. You can recommend any movie, I suppose. I guess it just depends on how much you hate the other person. If you really hate the other person, then you recommend Gumo. Yeah, you do that. Or Kids. Any Harmony Korine film, I suppose. So should we just get to the roasting of the next person? Or, we got more things in chat. I go on emotional rants for my movie reviews. No judgment from me. TJ seeing someone enjoying movies, that's not good, that's ridiculous, that's silly. Yeah, that's the point. Like, apostrophes are just E now, how to fix. What? What do you mean you destroyed your ability to do an apostrophe? You just make an apostrophe. Look, I just put one in the chat. You can copy and paste that if you want. I do think Petit Maman is her best film. I disagree, but all of Celine Sciamma's films are awesome and deserve your attention. Portrait of a Lady on Fire is #1 in my heart, but Girlhood is fantastic. Petit Maman is fantastic. I think those are the three that I've seen. She also wrote a film called District 13, I think? No. God, I own the soundtrack I own the soundtrack. I should know what it's called. Celine Sciamma. She's cool. Filmography. Paris 13th District. She was the writer on that. She also directed Tomboy, which I haven't seen, and Water Lilies, which I also have not seen. So I only need to see 2 more Celine Sciamma films to get the Celine Sciamma experience, which is sick. Wait a minute. I just remembered something I wanted to do for TIFF. Did I do that thing? Claire Mathon. Did I get tickets for that? Saint Omer. Wait, Saint Omer? She did that? I didn't know that. Damn it. I can't remember if I got the film that she shot for TIFF. I am gonna have to double check on that one. They're all awesome. Yeah, she's pretty great. So, with that said, you guys want to do another roast? You want to do another roast? You want to come along with me into the depths of hell and find some hellfire to skewer this person with? That's right. We're going to roast them from the inside out with fire as the skewer and then fire on the outside. Fire on top of fire. Nothing but fire and roasting and scorched flesh that smells a little bit musty. Hey, it's Rocco. Hey, buddy. So for those of you who have been following along recently, Rocco has been over... Hey. Hey, you're good. What is wrong with you, dude? Rocco has been over-grooming his tum-tum, and so I have had to put a cone of shame on him, and I have had to upgrade the cone of shame to a plastic one that he has more trouble moving out of the way to lick that area that he's not supposed to be licking. And It's all his fault, and he knows that, and he's very sad because of that. Look at this big guy though. Hey. What's wrong? What's wrong, dude? You all right? What's going on? You're not really into being held right now, are you? You almost scratched one of my new tattoos. Good thing I clipped those nails. Jeez Louise. Well, you can look at his tail at least. He's doing okay. He's just a little... He's not quite himself because he is wearing, this cone all the time. And I'm sure you guys can imagine that, how you wouldn't feel yourself if you had to do that. I don't know if Rocco's into having his face being shown right now. Let's see. There he is. Aw, look at this big cat. Look at this big guy. Aw, poor baby. All right, I'll put you down. There you go. There you go. Oh, all right. Still got that tail though. Maybe he's just like a little self-conscious. He doesn't want to be on stream in this new thing. He's just looking for some love. Yeah, some ear scratches. Some ear scratches for the big kitty. Okay. Starting to get some purring. Rocco, they're telling you not to be shy. You need to be proud of your headwear. Yeah, you need to embrace it. There you go. There you go. Look at those whiskers. You guys are getting a little bit of whisker action there on screen. That's always good. Doing that little pincher movement. There he is. There he is. He's a little bit more calm now. There's the big fella. Aw, look at this big boober. Look at this big guy. Aw. Oh, look at the tum-tums. Snuggle in with this tummy. It's such a nice tummy. Hello. Hello, Rocco's tummy. And hello, Rocco. Ooh. Yeah. Man, we were so close to getting into the next roast, and then this guy just comes along and everything stops. Time just stops, right, buddy? Aw. Well, there he is, looking unimpressed. Throw a like on this live stream if you want Rocco to recover as quickly as possible. Aw, I'm such a good cat. All right, down you go. No need for you to be on stream anymore. Hey, don't hit the mic. That's how I interact with people, Rocco. I can't just pet the audience like I pet you. It's different. Ugh, now I got cat hair all over my face. How did that happen? Aw. Rocco, you see that? They're saying you're glorious. You're glorious, like Rick Rude. Like Rick Rude the wrestler. Yeah, you are. You are. Alright, I'm going to put you down now. But we'll hang out in a little bit. Oh, nothing like wearing black with a black cat. Wouldn't it be funny if I actually just told you guys this was a white shirt and I just haven't washed it in a little while and Rocco's just been sleeping on it the whole time? Oh god, I'm going to start sneezing. I swear I'm not allergic to cats, but whenever I pick up Rocco on live stream, I just get like really itchy. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I am allergic to cats and I just don't want to admit it. You know who would be really terrible for if they were allergic to cats? Why, it's Goth Girl 93, and I say that she is probably sad if she's allergic to cats because she's very goth. And so I can only imagine that she has a whole coven of little tiny Roccos just running around at her feet all the time. And apparently she's from Australia. And I know that I am just as surprised as you are to learn that there are goth people in Australia. I assumed it was far too sunny and far too hot there for anybody to be goth. I consider myself to be a little bit goth, and I tell you right now, if I ever went to Australia, I would get on that plane wearing all black, and I would get off that plane wearing all white and beige, because fuck that heat. I am not going to try to survive in that wearing all black. There's enough things in Australia trying to kill me. The hell with that shit. And hey, wouldn't you know it? Goth Girl 93, according to her bio, is a goth girl. Woo, a little bit of repeated information there. Thank you so much. I almost didn't get that you were goth. I'm so happy that you reiterated that for me. Even looking at your profile picture, it's like, could this person be goth? Are we sure that this person is goth? I'm not entirely sure that this person is goth. I really hope that they say that they are goth at least twice in their profile, then I'll know for sure that they're goth. Oh, look, Goth Girl 93 and Goth Girl. Whew, that was a close one. I almost didn't know that she was goth. Then we have a whole bunch of other information about her, things that you would not expect from a goth. Very, very unique and different things for a goth person. Like, they love all things witchy, spooky, dark, heavy metal, and all forms of horror. Not sure why you capitalized forms in that sentence, but hey, you're a goth. I don't really understand you anyways. But love cinema in general, and then she gives us a whole bunch of emojis, including a bat, a heavy metal thing, I guess a Dracula cape? Or maybe that is just Dracula. Yeah, that is just Dracula. How did you italicize your emojis? Is that like a weird Australian thing? You guys can italicize your emojis down there? I guess maybe you would need that extra form of entertainment, considering there's nothing to goddamn do in Australia except for drive through the desert. At least, as far as I've seen in your cinema, that's all that is ever shown in Australian films. Driving through the goddamn desert. Also, hashtag horror. Hashtag horror. Goth girl. Okay, so favorite films. How many surprises do we have here waiting for us? I'm going to assume not fucking many. Ooh, look at that. The Craft. Definitely something that a goth girl would need to have in their top 4 films. The Love Witch. Is this something that you call yourself? Is this maybe in your dating profile? LOL, it's me, the Love Witch. Ha 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 ha. And then we have a Climax, which could also very easily be in your dating profile. Although I think if a lot of people saw that and understood what that was in reference to, specifically in cinematic terms, they would swipe left, rightly. And then we have the original Suspiria, which is, of course, and I will always say this, inferior compared to the remake. It is a requirement to say that every time. I wrote a contract. This is not sponsored. Anyways, what do we have here in the recent activity? Violation. This is a Canadian film, isn't it? What did you say about this Canadian film? I just want to confirm that it's Canadian. Oh, it is, baby. Oh, that's a full Canada film. No other countries involved. This is Canada through and through. What up? Hey, and it was directed by a woman, co-directed. That's sweet. That's cool. I think I own this movie, actually. I just haven't watched it yet. I do own some digital films. Occasionally on Canada Day, I will just buy Canada films or Canadian films, and I think this is one of the ones that I own. The score alongside the editing was great, and the location they chose was breathtaking, but something fell flat for me. It was probably just wasn't goth enough. Probably just needs to be a little bit more goth, and that would have done it for you. And also, the location they chose is just Canada. That's just what Canada looks like. Whatever is in Violation, that's just Canada. Talk to Me, 5 stars. Oh, really? An Australian goth giving Talk to Me 5 stars? I'm shocked. As a proud Australian, this movie makes me so happy. The dialogue made it feel like home to me. This isn't as scary as everyone is saying, but disturbing nonetheless. I mean, that's kind of the point. It's not a jump scare movie. It gets under your skin, which is awesome and harder to do. The scares and the gore were very tight, nicely paced. The camera work really caught my eye also, and the practical effects were perfect. Great way to portray grief and substance abuse in teens on peer pressure to fit in. Love this very much. Oh, look. It's a Nightwish concert. You rated a Nightwish concert on Letterboxd. Live at Wacken Open Air from 2013. Floor's voice is just absolutely magnificent. You know what? I'll just cop to this right off the bat. I had a Nightwish t-shirt in university, and I wore it twice, and then I took it off because after I washed it, it shrunk so much it turned into a belly shirt. I look like a belly dancer, a 280-pound belly dancer. So, yeah, Nightwish will always be that band to me. That sounds fine, but also has shitty merch because it shrinks like you would not believe. And then also you gave a 4-star to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is fine. I mean, it's wrong. I think it's a 4.5-star film. Do I have it as 4.5-star or 5-star? 4.5-star and a heart. So you're a little bit off. Popular reviews. Ooh, you did not like this other Canadian film, Skinamarink. What a pretentious piece of wasting my time. I wanted it to scare me the way it scared so many people, but there is only so much of staring at shots of the inside of a house I can take. Wow, a creepy shot of a hallway. Oh, look, a creepy shot of a door. Why have I been staring at the same shot for 5 minutes? Why can't the director show me the face of a character? I don't know. Are there actual characters in that movie? I've never seen it, so I don't know. And a Princess Mononoke review that only has 2 likes, so we're just gonna skip that because I guess you're not very popular with your 40 followers. God, they're all probably like horny teenagers desperately trying to find a girlfriend who listens to Deftones, aren't they? I'm going to assume yes. I'm going to assume that I am correct with no evidence to support that theory. Hey, let's look at the lists. What kind of gothy lists are we going to find here? Ooh, Aussie films. You don't see that very often. This, honestly, and I know this is I know this is an old joke, but like, shouldn't all of these posters be upside down? Right? Shouldn't they all be upside down? Also, The Queen of the Damned is not an Australian film. Are you kidding? How is that an Australian film? Why is that an Australian film? That's weird. I just thought that was straight up American. What the F? Also, we got films like Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, Talk to Me, The Nightingale. I hear this is especially traumatic and should not be watched by people unless you've got a strong stomach. Red Dog, Bad Boy, but do you have Wake and Fright? Oh, there it is. Upgrade is Australian? I didn't know that. Wormwood, that's a movie I saw at a film festival once. Do not recommend. Crocodile Dundee, I'm surprised it took us that long to get to it. Happy Feet, okay. The Loved Ones, sure. Where's like that Picnic at Hanging Rock movie? Shouldn't that be here? Should that not be here? And where's Mad Max 2? You got Mad Max and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Where's Mad Max 2? It's like the best of the original Mad Max films. Gross. Don't even have the good Mad Max films, although maybe it's not Australian. Ooh, that could be true. Dario Argento I've seen. Once again, not one that we see that often. You should probably turn this into a ranked list. If you're going to do a ranked, get some numbers on there. Come on. Suspiria, Phenomena, Cat of Nine Tails, Tenebrae, Opera, Deep Red Inferno, and Mother of Tears. So you haven't seen like some of the earlier Giallo films. Like, these are mostly the supernatural films, I think. Like, where's Four Flies on Grey Velvet and The Bird with the Crystal Plumage? You gotta watch those, especially Crystal Plumage. That's dope. Although Opera is great. I think Opera should be higher up. Opera I would definitely put over like Tenebrae and The Cat of Nine Tails, maybe even Phenomena. I'm pretty sure the Phenomena is only here because it has Jennifer Connelly in it. But also a young Jennifer Connelly, so that's creepy. Stop being creepy. Japanese movies I've seen ranked, only 21. And I guess these are mostly going to be, what, horror films? Yeah. Ooh, Tag. I haven't watched that yet. Wait, you rank Pulse that low? Oh, that is a hate crime. There is no way that Ju-on and Ju-on 2 and Tokyo Gore Police and Helter Skelter and Ring and Audition and Tetsuya the Iron Man and Ichi the Killer and Tag are better than Pulse. This is one of the best horror films I've ever seen. It's so good. Jesus H. Balls. No. No, Goth Girl. No. Movies with metal as fuck soundtracks. Let's go. If Heavy Metal the movie is not here, Jesus Christ. Seriously? Oh wait, there it is. Whoo, I was almost gonna have some words to say. We got Mandy. I mean, the Suspiria soundtrack's not that metal. Yeah, it's got Goblin in it, but Goblin's not a metal band. So why is this here? That's weird. There should be there's other Argento films that actually have heavy metal soundtracks. Like is it Phenomena that does? I think Phenomena has like Motorhead in it. I think it has Motorhead in it. The Crow, though, that's true. Freddy vs. Jason actually legit has like it was a very formative soundtrack for me in my youth. A lot of good stuff on that. A lot of Roadrunner record bands like El Nino and Chimera. Whew, the good old days. My Love of Rose McGowan. Goth Girl confirmed. Good thing the Doom Generation is here. Scream, yeah. Planetary, yeah. Phantoms. Man, does anyone remember Phantoms? I sure don't. Peter O'Toole's in this movie? Huh? I have heard that Ben Affleck is the bomb in Phantoms, though. Word, bitch. Phantoms like a motherfucker. There we go. Little Kevin Smith reference for you guys. My favorite bottle films. What? My list of films that are set in one location for all or a large majority of the film. God, is even being on this person's profile turning me into an Australian? No. Oh God, it's happening. Interesting premise for a list, and I will just run away from it immediately because I don't want to comment on any of it. Wes Craven, Gaspar Noé. New wave French extreme horror I've seen ranked. Ooh, maybe I can use this to fill in some gaps on that list I'm going to make in a second. Martyrs is actually going to be on the list I'm going to make, but I've seen Climax, High Tension, Raw, Titan. I haven't seen Inside, and I haven't seen Enter the Void, but I have seen Irreversible. Hey, look, it's the movie poster that I had them change it to. Chitin, Them. I do not know some of these. Frontiers I've heard of, but I haven't seen. But yeah, this is probably going on my Halloween watch list. I think it's time that I finally watch Martyrs. And I know I'm going to hate myself, but I think it's time that I actually watch it. So let's take a look at these films for Goth Girl 93. I assume these are mostly just going to be all horror films. And the thing about horror films, I find, is that maybe sometimes they tend to not be the most discerning when it comes to horror films. They kind of just like stuff all the time when it comes to horror, so maybe that will be reflected here. I can only assume that half star for Psycho is for the remake, right? Thank goodness. Urban Legends Bloody Mary, I believe that's the Urban Legends sequel. Yeah, that's probably a good one to have down there. Ooh, Fast and Furious 6.5 star? I don't think this person likes fun. The Fate of the Furious, I also don't think they like fun. The Black Christmas remake, though, that's good. They've got some discerning shit going on now. Gotta peace out now. Good night. Well, have yourself a good one. Thanks so much for watching. And thank you for the super chat again. If anyone here super chatted and you're still here, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate the hell out of that. Sinister 2. Yeah, that's a bad sequel. Ouija, that's, I've heard, not very good. I think I've only seen Ouija Origin of Evil, which is actually good and directed by Mike Flanagan, I think. Hairspray, Magic Mike. Ooh, Magic Mike? You know, like watching hot dudes dance around with impeccable bodies? Look at that. Look at this. I'm a straight man, and even I'm like, whew. Whew. Whoo-wee. Ridiculous 6. What the hell is this? Verotica? Oh, the Glenn Danzig movie. Right. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Borg McEnroe? What the hell? I kind of love this. It's mostly just like Hollywood films and not very good like horror sequels, and then right in the middle, a goddamn tennis biopic. What? It doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. I don't want it to make sense. I just don't want it to make sense at all. Highest first. How many of these are going to be horror movies? Oh, look, a lot of them. Nightwish, Talk to Me. We already talked about that. Electric Cowboy in Concert. This is just a YouTube video. I could go look. Okay, hold on. Check this out. That was, sorry, what was the name of that? Electric Callboy? Electric Callboy Hellfest. It's just a YouTube performance, right? Or wait, maybe it's not available where I am. Yeah, where's art? Art concert. Oh, I guess they don't have it up here in Canada. But yeah, this is like a really cool thing for Hellfest because you can just watch like a bunch of Hellfest shows on here, but I guess they don't have that one there. Still though, it's literally a YouTube video. I just don't think it's not available. I just don't think it's available here. Also, this Carpenter Brute one, if you're into some synthwave stuff, this is a pretty good performance to watch. I recommend that. Anyways, back to the roast. Why is there a YouTube video here? I don't know. Nightmare on Elm Street, Prisoner of Azkaban, probably at a 5-star. Yup. Probably saw that in theaters as a child. Maybe that's the film that turned her goth. Maybe we should start doing that. We should start trying to figure out the origin stories for like goth people based on the films that they have as a 5 stars. I think Azkaban could very easily turn someone goth if they saw it at the right time in their lives. We also have Jawbreaker, not very much a goth film. Ooh, someone I think mentioned actually before that The Craft was like a seminal film, so that could have also turned them goth. Hereditary, Wild Things, Suspiria. I mean, Neve Campbell in Wild Things could very easily turn people goth. I think. Possession, The Love Witch, Titan. A lot of 5-star movies. Oh my god. All right, not the whole page, though. Not the whole page. A bit of a discerning person. At least when it comes to horror films, I guess. Wait. Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is a 5-star film? Jesus. Hocus Pocus? Oh, there it is. There is the goth. There is the goth origin story right there. It's definitely Hocus Pocus. I might actually end up getting a Hocus Pocus tattoo, or like a tattoo that references this film. Not because I especially like this film, but there's a spot on my arm that would work perfectly with something from Hocus Pocus, and so I might just turn it into a reference to that film for like fun. So I could just be like, people, yeah, this is the Spanish zombie horror film that this tattoo references, and this is Twin Peaks, and this is, you know, The Witch. Oh, and this is Hocus Pocus. That one's just for fun. The Haunting of Bly Manor, that's a TV show. Get that out of here. Thank you very much. And just a lot of other films that probably aren't 5 stars, to be honest. How to Train Your Dragon, Red Eye. Ugh. Although we also got Aliens, so I guess I can't be that mad. So, Goth Girl 93. I guess we can all just confirm that you are, in fact, goth. There's no doubt about it now. You're just a very goth person, and maybe that makes up a little bit too much of your personality and dictates a little bit too many of your actual decisions in life. So, stay goth, I guess, because maybe that's the only thing you've got goring. Stay goth, because that's probably the only thing you've got going for you. And we're done. So, Goth Girl 93, if you ever see that, I hope you enjoy it. Cool. So I think that will actually be the last roast of the day, but the live stream is not ending. Oh no, the live stream is not ending. Because, as I said, I want to put together this list. This Hooptober X list. So let's get that going. Is this just normal Letterboxd? Yeah. Lists. Start your own list. Hooptober X. Cinemateq. Ist Krieg. Which means is war. It's a black metal joke. There we go. And then I'm supposed to do this, I think. Hooptober, right? And then Hooptober X, I think. And Hooptober 10. Is anyone else going to be doing this? Is anyone else going to make their own list for this? Ghoul noises. Hooptober, I didn't know you liked basketball, TJ. I mean, I did used to be really good at shooting hoops when I was younger. I got a real nice shot. Can't dribble or pass worth a shit, but man, I can drain some buckets when I need to. So I don't think this is going to be a ranked list, but we are going to have to go back and forth with this other Hooptober list, because there are some very particular criteria that we have to meet. So let's go over these real quick. Got to be at least 6 countries represented, 8 decades represented. That's interesting. 2 post-apocalyptic or natural disaster-related films that are horror films. I mean, post-apocalyptic makes sense. Natural disaster, I don't think they necessarily lend themselves to horror films, but maybe I'm wrong. 1 film with Robert Englund. 1 something is underground film. I mean, that's very nebulous, but okay. 3 Satan/devil-centered films. If you're going to pull my arm, I guess I will. Or twist my arm, excuse me. 1 Amicus film. I don't even know what this is. What? It was a British film production company. It was founded by American producers and screenwriter. Okay, so I guess we're just going to have to find something that is available. Ooh, Tales from the Crypt. That might be cool. Death Lives. Oh, it's an anthology film? No, we're not going to do anthology films. Anyways, back to the rules. The worst Dracula film that you haven't seen and can access. God damn it, I already know what it's going to be. It's probably going to be Blackula. 1 LGBTQ plus connected film. That new They Them film is out. Maybe it could be that, although I kind of want it to be better than that. 5 films from De Palma, Wes Craven, Ken Russell, Hitchcock, and or Moorhead and Benson. So I guess we're going to try to do 1 each from those. 2 Peter Cushing films. That'll be easy enough to pull off. 1 film based on a work or invoking the name Bram Stoker. Interesting. 1 film based on a Clive Barker story. Interesting. 1 film that was released the year you turned 10, so 2007. Just kidding, that'll be 1995. 1 Mario Bava film and 1 film with X in the title. Ooh, a film with X in the title I think might be the hardest. I think that might be the most difficult. But we're just going to start this off with one that I think is going to be really easy, and I already mentioned it. Martyrs? Martyrs, there we go. So there's 1 country. Does X count? It would count, but I've already seen X. I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to put in here films that I haven't seen before. 1995. Yeah, didn't you guys know that I'm fucking old? Look at this hairline. What, do you think I'm 23 or something with that hairline? Give me a break. XXX. Is that going to be out at that time? I just don't want to search for XXX right now, so I think that probably would be a bad thing to do. Martyrs is hell. Yeah, but I should see it. I should see it. Drop Dead Fred. I don't even know what that movie is. But that's cool that it was a childhood favorite. All right. So the 8 decades. So how far back then do we have to go? How far back do we have to go for that? We've got 2020, 2010, the 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, and the 50s. So we need to do 1 each from the last 8 decades, going back to the 50s. Okay, so why don't we start there? I think that could be really interesting. So, best horror films, 1950s. The Meg 2, The Trench did not come out at that time. All right, favorite horror movies from this time period. Night of the Demon. I wonder if I'd be able to find that. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The Thing from Another World. You know what? I'm not gonna even bother to look at any of these other ones. Look at how cool the Night of the Demon looks. I'm gonna try to do that one. Okay. So Night of the Demon is our 1950 movie. Night of the Demon. Yep, there we go. And then I just want to check one thing. What country is that from? I should be keeping track of these in a different way because I'm definitely going to lose track. Night of the Demon. Is it Jacques Trier? Is it French? Okay, no, it's UK. So there's 2 countries. Hold on, I'm gonna mark this down. I'm gonna write in a pad of paper. Countries. We've got France and the UK so far. Great. Decades. We've got 1950s. Wow, if you guys could see my handwriting right now, you would be ashamed of me. Cool. So let's then do best horror films from the 60s and see if we can find some good ones that I have not seen. Another movie list would be great, actually. Yes. Peeping Tom I've already seen. Night of the Living Dead I've already seen. Eyes Without a Face. Have I seen that? I feel like I probably should have by now. Let's double check. I think I've seen it. Yeah, I have seen it. Damn it. That would have been a good one. Kawaii, I haven't seen that, and that's from Japan. So why don't we do that? So I'm pretty sure I haven't seen Kawaii yet. Definitely spelled that wrong. Oh, K-W. Kawaii. Den? There we go. Haven't seen that. Have not seen that. So that'll give us Japan and the 1960s. Cool. Cool. Let's just copy that so I don't embarrass myself again. Nice. Let's see. From the 1970s now. Is there a movie list? Yes. Dawn of the Dead, Eraserhead, Halloween, Jaws, Carrie, Martin. I have not seen George A. Romero's Martin. I've seen Valerie and Her Week of Wonders. What is this? She feels the first stirring of sexual awareness when a carnival parade comes to town and a man presents her with a pair of magic earrings. When her fantasy adventures begin, the line between dreams and reality starts blurring. I mean, it says it's LGBTQ, which would work for that. Yeah, we're building a watch list based on the rules set by someone else. Shivers, Suspiria. Yeah, this is where it's going to start to get hard because I've seen a lot of these. The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue. What is this? Am I going to be able to find this? A cop chases two young people visiting the English countryside, suspecting them of a local murder. Could do this. Could do this. Looks like it might be alright. Valerie is fine, not amazing. What? Piranha. Oh, the original Piranha might be good. And it's directed by Joe Dante, and that's kind of more of the vibe that I wanted to go for with this list anyways. Just like schlocky films. Because I'm going to be coming down from TIFF after while I'm doing this. Also, kind of cool that we got 2 Canadian films in Black Christmas and Death Dream, like right there. What is Death Dream, though? Have I seen this? This furiously subversive zombie thriller was one of the very first films to confront the domestic ravages of the Vietnam War and marks the grisly debut of gore effects legend Tom Savini. I think I've seen Death Dream. I think I've seen it. But the original Piranha I have not seen. So let's lock that in. Piranha? God, I need to learn how to spell. Piranha? Bueller? Bueller? P-R-I-A-N. Why did I get that wrong? Oh, I didn't get it wrong. Piranha 3D, the original Piranha from the 70s. And that will give us a USA film. Nice. Oh, and I guess Martyrs gives us the 2000s as well. Cool. So that's good. Let's do the 80s. And by the way, if you guys have any films to recommend for the stuff that I'm looking at, please feel free to do so. Best horror films in the 1980s. Let's get that movie list if we can. Movie. Oh, there's no movie list. God damn it. The greatest horror movies in the 1980s. I guess we'll go with the AV Club. I just don't know if they're going to show me anything that I haven't seen before, though, you know? I'm not going to do a slideshow. Get out of here with your monetization strategies. I'm pretty sure My Uncle's was an extra in that. In what? Oh, look, it's Motel Hell. Let's go down here to number 1. We got oh, and Piranha. That's a dope. What is it? Oh, The Conjuring. For When You Were 10? Cool. All right. We're basically just going to pick the first one that I haven't seen here, which is probably going to take a second to get to. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2? I'm not watching that. Tenebrae, seen that. Videodrome, seen that. Near Dark, seen that. The Fly. Gremlins, I've seen. Poltergeist, I've seen. Maniac Cop. I don't think I've seen Maniac Cop. I've seen one of the Maniacs. Probably the remake, although I can't remember. I have not seen Maniac Cop, and look at that. Look at that. It's Mr. Bruce Campbell himself. That's cool. All right, so let's do that. Maniac Cop. Bam. So we got our 1980s. That is an American film, though. So we're going to have to get the country from somewhere else, which will be easy to do. Let's see here. Best horror films of the 90s. I wonder if does Mubi have a list and I can just type that in and it'll show me? Yes. Hell yeah, Mubi. Cronus, I think I've seen that. I've seen the original Ring. Have I seen In the Mouth of Madness? I may not have. Delicatessen, The Reflecting Skin, Silence of the Lambs, Raising Cain, Brian De Palma. One of the things I'm supposed to do is get Brian De Palma in here, right? Maybe that's a good time to do that. Dead Alive, I've seen that. Event Horizon, Darkman, Tremors, Mimic, Candyman. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these. Stenhall Syndrome, I think I've seen that one too. Ravenous, seen that. All right, so I think In the Mouth of Madness. I'm going to check that, because getting a good old John Carpenter in there is pretty good. In the Mouth of Madness. Have not seen it, so we're doing that. Got to get a John Carpenter in there. In the Mouth of Madness. Gotta love Sam Neill too, you know? Everyone needs some Sam Neill in their life. That's 1990s. That is, ooh, not a film from when I was 10, though. And doesn't do anything for the country, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 decades represented. Let's do horror films from the 2000s. Oh, no, we already got that with Martyrs. From the 2010s. 60 greatest horror films of 2010 to... Sure. Do it. All right. I don't really want to do Killing of a Sacred Deer for this. Kill List, I don't know anything about. Maybe that's a good thing. Girl with All the Gifts, Midsummer, Climax, Under the Skin, I've seen all of those. Evolution from France. Oh, we've already got a France film. What is The Untamed from Mexico? A meteorite crashes on an isolated part of a mountain. Meanwhile, a nearby town in the Mexican lowlands, a young couple in crisis struggles to find themselves but cannot avoid destroying each other in the process. Something out of this world comes to alter their lives. Doesn't sound super horrific. Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. Black Mirror Metalhead. Haley, Zombie Child. Now I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to actually find these. If I'm going to be able to find these movies. We Are What We Are, the original. Ooh, that could be good. I have wanted to see that. Wait, The Skin I Live In, that's a horror film? Turns his mysterious mansion into an underground operating room where he unscrupulously seeks to create a skin that could have saved his deceased wife, who was badly burned in an accident. Vera is Lagarde's unwilling specimen and a captive human sculpture. Saying it's a drama thriller, not a horror film per se. Also, having Hereditary this low on the list is not great. I've also seen Climax, so I'm not going to do that. Is Santa Sangra actually a horror film? Y'all, this movie was wild. Trust me, it's horrific. Which film? The Skin I Live In? The Strange Color of Your Body's Tears from Belgium. What's up with that? The Skin I Live In. All right. A woman disappears. Her husband investigates the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Has she left him? Is she dead? As he proceeds with his inquiries, his apartment becomes more of an abyss, which seems to have no way out. That sounds kind of cool, honestly. But the Almodovar film, The Skin I Live In, has been confirmed wild and horrific, so we're going to do that. The Skin I Live In, which also gives us, I believe, Spain as a country? Yes. It's easily his best film. Is there anyone in the chat who would say that it's not a horror film? You know what? We started with the 1950s, so instead of doing the 2020s, let's do the 1940s. Let's do the 1940s instead. 1940s. Tell me, Mubi, what's going on here? I Walked with a Zombie, The Devil and Daniel Webster, Cat People, Body Snatcher, Curse of the Cat People, The Leopard Man, The Seventh Victim. Oh my God. The Wolfman. I wish. Yo, why isn't this higher up? The original Wolfman is amazing. Isle of the Dead. That looks kind of cool. Oh, I Walked with a Zombie. That's the same director who did Night of the Demon. That's interesting. The Leopard Man as well. Oh, and Cat People. Oh, this director did a lot of stuff. Wait a minute. The Body Snatcher was directed by Robert Wise? That's the guy who did like Sound of Music, actually. A brilliant 18th century London surgeon, Daniel can only make his humanitarian medical advances by experimenting on cadavers. That doesn't seem that horrific. A woman in search of her missing sister uncovers a satanic cult in New York's Greenwich Village. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Seventh Victim. We're doing that one. And we get one for the satanic thing. So that's good. What was that film called? The Seventh Victim. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to find that, but I hopefully will be able to. And that film is from America. Yeah. But that also gives us the 1940s. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 decades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries. So we need one more country still, but we got the decades done. And it also gives us satanic. It gives us one of the 3 that we need. So that's good. We're knocking them down. We're knocking them down. So what else? What else do we need to do? 2 post-apocalyptic films. Best post-apocalyptic movies. I assume most of those. Okay, actually, yeah, that might actually work. Ash Tales. The hell is Ash Tales? I Am Legend. Okay, I Am Legend is number 1. Calm down now. Calm down. Children of Men, A Boy and His Dog. What is that? A Boy and His Dog, 1975. Is that a horror film? Is it? Doesn't look super horror, and it's not. Boo. Bad list. What the hell? I don't want to read your books. Damnation Alley. Should actually search for most horror movies. There we go. Oh, Hardware. That would be perfect if I hadn't actually seen it already. Post-apocalyptic media. Well, I guess they know what they're talking about. Oh, Mad God. I've always wanted to see Mad God, actually. Yeah, because it's all stop-motion animation and, like, really wild and stuff. And it's definitely a horror movie. Yeah, let's do that. Where is it from? It's from America. I need to see Jigoku. Yeah, I probably should see Jigoku. It's listed as post-apocalyptic horror? Nice. I'm going to have to look that one up then. But yeah, let's put in Mad God for right now. Mad God. Cool. Don't know if that has anything to do with Satan, unfortunately. But let's see here. Jigoku. So, post-apocalyptic. Post-apocalyptic, we got one. Jigoku. After a young theology student flees a hit-and-run accident, he is plagued by both his own guilt-ridden conscience and a mysterious diabolical doppelganger, but all possible escape routes lead straight to hell, literally. Is that post-apocalyptic? I don't know. That seems a little iffy to me. What else we got here? Dawn of the Dead, 28 Days Later. I've seen both of those. I Am Legend, I've seen that. Quiet Place, seen that. The Void, seen that. Us, seen that. Contagion, seen that. The Terror Within, what is that? More horrifying and disturbing than scary. It's a great if you love 80s animatronics costumes. Ooh, and creature features. Set in a post-apocalyptic world, it deals with mutant creatures that run rampant in a bunker. A word of warning, there are themes of sexual assault pertaining to said mutants. Well, that's less cool. Ooh, The Crazies. A remake of a movie from 1973, which is also worth watching. Well, why wouldn't I just watch the George A. Romero 1973 original? But I have seen the remake, and it's not bad. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, maybe I'll do the original, The Crazies. Just look it up here for a second. Apparently Nightmare on Elm Street was filmed in the UK. Nice. Romero. The Crazies. He's got a 3.2. It's probably not that bad. Genres: action, thriller, science fiction, horror. It's got some monsters in it. Citizens of a small town are infected by a biological weapon that causes its victims to become violently insane. As unaffected citizens struggle to survive, the military readies its own response. Yeah, let's do that. That's a post-apocalyptic. Well, is it post-apocalyptic? Is it post-apocalyptic if the apocalypse is happening in the film? What, in your opinion, is the worst horror movie film? Man, there's so many bad horror movies. It's like you can't even pick just one. There are so many. There are so many bad horror films. So many. And based on what people are saying in the chat, I might just add Jigoku to the list anyways. And if it's in hell, that's probably satanic, right? That probably would count as satanic. I just don't know if I can count The Crazies as post-apocalyptic. It kind of is. It sort of is. What was that other one? Sorry, wait. No, this list had that other one, though, that definitely is post-apocalyptic. The Terror Within. Also, I do not know if I'm going to be able to find these movies. That's one of the big problems. Oh, shit. This movie's, like, not good. But it's probably fun. I really do. You know what? This is the kind of trash that I do want to watch. So I'm gonna add it in. I'm gonna add it in. The Terror Within. Let's do it. So there's post-apocalyptic done. Check mark. Pirate them. I mean, not all films can be pirated, though. That's the thing, right? It's not like every film ever made was put onto torrent sites. That's not really how it works. So, okay, so we got the 8 decades done. The 6 countries we still don't have. I should watch a Canadian horror film. I could probably use... Can I? Oh, I don't know if I can or not. Best Canadian horror films. Let's do that. And I know a lot of these are just going to be like Cronenberg. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, Canada, the 13 best Canadian horror films. What is that sound I'm hearing? Get out of here with your advertisement. Seen that. Seen that. Kathy's Curse. An almost blatant Exorcist rip-off. Kathy's Curse follows a young girl who becomes possessed by a spirit of her dead aunt, soon wreaking havoc upon the unassuming family. The film is filled with ridiculous editing and can often be found in the classic Canada horror films, which makes it the film all the more entertaining. The heightened performances also make the film worthwhile. Beyond the Black Rainbow. What? I didn't know this was a Canadian film. Really? Might do that. Not really the kind of film that I wanted to have in here, though. A disturbed and beautiful girl is held captive by a doctor in search of inner peace. Her mind is controlled by a sinister technology. Silently, she waits for her next session with deranged therapist Dr. Nile. She hopes to escape. I don't know. I don't really think that's what I'm looking for. Have I seen the original My Bloody Valentine? I don't know if I have or not. I have not. Well, howdy there. All right, let's do that. A Canucksploitation classic. All right, My Bloody Valentine. We're doing it. Valentine. Boop. So there we go with Canada. Check. So we got all of our 6 countries. Nice. Now, since Jigoku involves going to hell, I am going to include that here as one of my satanic ones. I think that's fair, right? Right? Do you guys agree with that? Just to go through this again, but all escape routes lead straight to hell, literally. Like, that sounds satanic to me. So I think that probably satisfies Satan devil-centered films. I think that's fine. I'm going to count that I think that's fine. So we still need one more of those. A film with Robert Englund. For this, we don't even need to do anything but just search for... I don't want to do an Elm Street film for him, though. Those, I feel like they're best watched, like, in order. And I just want to make sure that I can... Where is he? Robert Englund. There we go. So, what has he done that I haven't seen? Urban Legend, I've definitely seen that, right? I haven't seen Urban Legend. You've got to be kidding me. No way. I've for sure seen this. No, I remember seeing this. I'm marking that as watched. I don't know why I haven't marked that yet. Dead and Buried? Oh, he's in the original Wishmaster. That might be a good one. What is this, though? After a series of gory murders committed by mobs of townspeople against visiting tourists, the corpses appear to be coming back to life and living normally as locals in the small town. Huh? What even is this? That sounds kind of cool. Definitely a horror film, right? Right? Horror mystery. You know what? Let's try it. Let's try it. Dead and Buried. Dead and Buried, however you want to pronounce it. Okay, so there's Robert Englund. Check mark. Completed. Way to go, everyone. Never mind, you found one for Canada already. Yep. Wait, what about The Cold Day in the Park? It's Canadian and kind of a psychological thriller. I'm pretty happy with My Bloody Valentine. I do want to use this as an excuse to get some of the classics out of the way. Like, I know Maniac Cop and In the Mouth of Madness, and My Bloody Valentine and Jigoku, like those are, and Kawaii, like those are pretty classic horror films that I should have seen already. So I'm gonna try to focus on those where I can. What else? One Amicus film. Oh wait, we haven't done the underground film. What is an underground horror film? Like a film by the Soska sisters, maybe? I haven't seen Dead Hooker in a Trunk, actually. Oh, the sentences you end up saying on the internet. No idea how I would find it, but... No match... Oh, come on. Pretty sure it's called Dead Hooker in a Trunk. Pretty sure. Yeah, Dead Hooker in a Trunk. There we go. So this film I know was made for like $500. So I think I'm okay calling that an underground film, right? Excuse me. Let's see. I'm gonna try to find that one. Shout out to the Soskas. They just stole the band's name. Which band? Oh, Truck. It's Trunk. Keep spelling it wrong like that. Cool. So, an indie film or an underground film. Underground. Check. I recommend Inside, 2007 French horror film. I watched it earlier this year, and it's probably been one of the most bloodiest films I've ever seen. Really? Does that fit into any of the other rules? Hold on, I'm going to do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 23. Yeah, there does need to be overlap here in what's going on. I think we already have like a lot of overlap between countries and decades, but I need to be careful with stuff now. So we got this. We got underground. We still need one more satanic film, an Amicus film. That's just Wikipedia. I guess let's do that next. Which one of these... I already had that open. Whoops. Which one of these sounds fun? Dr. Terror's House of Horrors? That's a Christopher Lee movie. Doctor Who and the Daleks? Well, we're not doing that. The Skull. Oh, this one's got Peter Cushing in it, so that would satisfy two different ones. So that's cool. The Psychopath. The Deadly Bees. Oh, God. The Terrornauts. Oh, my God. They Came from Beyond Space. These are more sci-fi movies. Torture Garden. There we go. Jack Palance. No way. Nice. Danger Route. A Touch of Love. I'm looking more for Peter Cushing films, actually. Scream and Scream Again. There's one. Ooh, oh wait, this is Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, and Peter Cushing. Yo. Oh, it alternates between 3 plot threads. Oh wait, have I seen this, actually? I may have seen this already. Because I remember watching a film that did this. No. A serial killer who drains his victims for blood is on the loose in London. The police follow him to a house owned by an eccentric scientist. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Scream and Scream Again. Like, how can you not watch a film that has all 3 of those icons in it during Halloween, right? So there's Peter Cushing, one of the 2. One of the 2. We need one more. Still need one more satanic film. Oh, and that's our Amicus film as well. Sick. Check. Hello, TB. Anything Christopher Lee with horror is something special? Oh, absolutely. And Alex, I may end up adding in that Inside film. I'll just write a note for it. To see how we're doing. Inside from 2007. I'm also going to turn this into a ranked list just briefly so I know how many films I have left to do. So we're halfway there. We're halfway there. Okay. So we need another Peter Cushing film, right? Why don't we take this moment, since we're already right here, and find another Peter Cushing film. That's a horror film, though. That will be the key. Oh, he does all kinds of Hammer films, right? Yeah. Should probably do one of those. A Hammer horror film would be nice. Personal life. All right. So... he was Van Helsing in Dracula. Is that maybe the lowest rated Dracula film that I have? I don't know if that's true. Oh, wait. He did The Hound of Baskervilles. Does he play Sherlock Holmes? I think he does. It's based on... Da-da. Is this considered a horror film, do you think? From 59? The poster makes me think it's one, and I would love to do a Sherlock Holmes adaptation. That would be fun, actually. Let's see. If I just see horror, I'm going to call it a horror. It's a horror. Nice. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Woo! Peter Cushing. Done. That's dope. Ooh. Dear, I do not need help, actually, Google. Thank you very much. Well, the worst Dracula film. All right. Let's see what it is. And this is sort by average rating, lowest first. So, wait, what does it say? The worst Dracula film that you haven't seen and can access. It's probably going to be Argento's Dracula, unfortunately. What is this Dracula 3000 stuff, though? I kind of... Okay. I'm just going to check something real quick. I need to know for sure if I can get this movie or not, because this is the worst one. Oh God, I can actually access this film. It's at the library. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. Dracula 3000. Let's do it. Oh, I hate myself. So, Dracula. Checked. Oh, I'm going to see some shitty movies. 1 LGBTQ plus connected films. What is an LGBTQ plus horror film, I wonder? I don't trust you, Rotten Tomatoes. I do trust IndieWire, though. Bride of Frankenstein, seen it. Rebecca, seen it. Cat People. Have I seen Cat People? Pretty sure I have. Rope, Strangers on a Train. There's got to be something here that's not just like queer adjacent. Like, where are the actual movies with, you know, LGBTQ plus people in it? Ooh, The Devils. Stars Vanessa Redgrave, nice, as a hunchback nun named Sister Jean who lusts after the town priest, Father Grandier. When Sister Jean inadvertently accuses Grandier of witchcraft, the town sets out on a gruesome witch hunt. Among the most notorious censored scenes was a nun orgy that culminated in a sexual assault of a statue of Christ and Sister Jean masturbating with Father Grandier's charred leg bone. Excuse me? The film is widely considered one of the most controversial films of all time. When The Devils was released in 1971, it faced harsh criticism and censorship. While it isn't explicitly queer, it certainly is explicit. Well, Jesus Christ. Why are we here? Last House on the Left. This, I don't think that's a queer film, though. Fear No Evil, leading to a forced same-sex kiss. Fear No Evil follows a teenage boy who realizes he is the Antichrist and must battle 2 female demons. Objectifying the male body throughout, the film features a rather phallic impalement by crucifix and costumes the son of Satan in the following. Okay, maybe. A Sleepaway Camp? I don't know if that's right. Ooh, The Hunger by Tony Scott. You know, every frame of the steamy sex scenes between Catherine Deneuve and Susan Sarandon in The Hunger. The film played lesbian bars so frequently that it famously inspired Rose Troche to make Go Fish so lesbians would have something else to watch for a change. The film is essentially a tragedy about the dangers of the flesh. Yeah, why don't we do The Hunger? That sounds pretty good to me. Let's see if there's anything else here that could potentially work, though. Hellraiser, seen that. Nightbreed. Nightbreed, you say? And it's considered... Oh, wait, this is a Clive Barker one, so we're going to do that probably for the Clive Barker. So never mind that. Interview with the Vampire is gay, but I have seen it. The Covenant. Let the Right One In. Jennifer's Body, I've seen that. Thelma by Joaquin Trier, really? Took a detour into queer horror for this otherworldly tale of a young woman whose emerging lesbian desires literally trigger psychokinetic powers. Thelma is played by Ellie Harbo, believably embodying a woman whose sexual coming of age is also paralleling with an out-of-body supernatural one. And isn't that more or less what the queer experience feels like for those coming into it? An inexplicable, powerful ruse. And realizes her powers are warding off the feelings, including a baby brother who died, mysterious circumstances. It doesn't sound specifically like a horror film. I've seen Raw. Midnight Kiss. Blumhouse Authority, The Perfection, the Fear Street Trilogy. I've seen those. Titan, seen that. We're All Going to the World's Fair. Is this a queer film? Chat rooms, blah, blah, blah. Tinged with queer and trans subtext about freeing yourself from physical restrictions. Okay. That could work. That could work. Although, I'm kind of intrigued by... where did it go? By The Hunger. Yeah, I probably should have seen The Hunger by now. So let's do that. Let's do that. And I get to watch a Tony Scott film, which is always fun. Okay, The Hunger. So there is our queer film. Rocky Horror, it's not really horror. I've already seen it as well, so that I can't do that one. Unfortunately. Still need another satanic film. Gotta remember that. Okay, so this is going to fuck me up. We already got Peter Cushing, which is good. Based on a Clive Barker story, I think we're going to do Nightbreed for that. So let's mark that off. Clive Barker. So we're going to do Nightbreed for that. Always wanted to watch Nightbreed. Never got around to it. So there we go. Clive Barker done. Peter Cushing done. One film. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Let's do this because this is going to... 5 films from De Palma, Wes Craven, Ken Russell, Hitchcock, and or Moorhead and Benson. So De Palma probably has a few that I haven't seen yet that are worth seeing. For those of you who don't remember, Brian De Palma directed Mission Impossible, actually. So Carrie, I've seen Carrie, right? Yeah. So that doesn't work. Blowout, Carlita's Way, Dress to Kill. Is this a horror film? Nope. Not listed as a horror film. Body Double. I've seen Body Double. Sisters is a horror film, right? Yes, it is. All right, so we can do Sisters. We can do Raising Cain. Her child psychologist husband, Carter, may be resuming the deranged experiments his father performed on Carter when he was young. Okay, maybe. But definitely Sisters. So let's add that in. Sisters. So that's... I don't even know what to call this category. But we've got one of them. Are there any other De Palma films that I want to try to see here? It's not Hi Mom, though, but that's no horror. Any thoughts on Abhichapong Versatile? Aside from having one of the most difficult names to pronounce in the history of cinema, from what I've seen from him, he's a very good director, and I enjoy his stuff. I've seen Memoria, and I've seen one of his short films as well. Passion. Can I... Genre. Yeah, let's just do that. Carrie, Sisters. The Fury from 1978. What's that all about? Kirk Douglas and John Cassavetes. That's interesting. When a devious plot separates CIA agent Peter Sandsta from his son, Robin, the distraught father manages to see through the ruse. Taken because of his psychic abilities, Robin is being held by Ben Childress, who is studying people with supernatural powers in hopes of developing their talents as weapons. Soon Peter pairs with Jillian, a teen who has telekinesis, to find and rescue Robin. Sure. Why not? Not so much interested in the storyline, but I do just love the way that De Palma shoots films, and I think it will be a fun film to watch. So that's 2 for that. Is there a Wes Craven horror film that I haven't seen? I mean, I've seen the big ones, I'm pretty sure. Actor, director. But I want to know if there's anything that I don't know if I've seen the original The Hills Have Eyes, actually. Do I even need to sort this by horror? Is it just all going to be the same things? Last House on the Left, The Hills Have Eyes. And let's fade the ones that I've seen. Oh, I have seen The Hills Have Eyes. Good for me. Oh, I've heard The Serpent in the Rainbow is kind of good. People Under the Stairs as well. Wait. Vampire in Brooklyn was directed by Wes Craven? Ah, shit, I didn't know that. I have seen that movie, though. The Serpent in the Rainbow. Wait, is this a satanic film? A Harvard anthropologist is sent to Haiti to retrieve a strange powder that is said to have the power to bring human beings back from the dead. In this quest to find the miracle drug, the cynical scientist enters the rarely seen netherworld of walking zombies, blood rites, and ancient curses. Based on the true life experiences of Wade Davis, true life experiences, and filmed on location in Haiti, it's frightening excursion into black magic and the supernatural. That feels a little appropriation-y to me, so maybe I'm not going to do that. Even though it's not horror, I think the first, or one of the first De Palma is Greetings, which stars De Niro and came out in the late 60s. Nice. Someone leaked in the social media X, even though I remember it as Twitter, leaked the original assembly cut of Scream 3 a few days ago, but I think it got taken down. Oh, really? Hi Mom is the sequel to Greetings. Huh. But you know what? I have not seen People Under the Stairs, and that's a Wes Craven horror film, so let's do that. The People Under the Stairs. Really want one of these people who I got to do these directors for to do a film about Satan or hell. That's going to be clutch. So what else we got here? Ken Russell. I mean, the Devils, right? I just don't know if that's going to work. Oh, that one. Altered States. Is that a horror film? It is. Explores the boundaries and frontiers of consciousness using sensory deprivation and hallucinogenic mixtures from Native American shamans. He explores these altered states of consciousness and finds the memory, time, and perhaps reality itself. State of mind. The Devils. It's not satanic, though, is it? A dramatized historical account of the rise and fall of Urbain Grandier, a 17th century Roman Catholic priest accused of witchcraft following alleged demonic possession of sexually repressed nuns. It's just not satanic enough. I don't think it's satanic enough. Let's sort this by horror. Okay, so what's up with Gothic? Looks very Gothic. Who is that? Gabriel Bryan? Where? Living in an estate on the shores of Lake Geneva, Lord Byron is visited by Percy and Mary Shelley. Together with Byron's lover, Claire Claremont, and aided by hallucinogenic substances, they devise an evening of ghoulish tales. However, when confronted by horrors ostensibly of their own creation, it becomes difficult to tell apparition from reality. Fuck, that actually sounds kind of good. I kind of want to watch that. Gothic. Let's do it. Gothic. And I don't think there's a Hitchcock horror film that I want to see that I haven't seen yet, but I'm going to double check. I definitely spelled Hitchcock wrong. Whoops. Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock. Thank you. Director. Genre. Horror. Frenzy. I have not seen Frenzy. After a serial killer strangles several women with a necktie, London police identify a suspect, but he claims vehemently to be the wrong man. Isn't this one of Hitchcock's last films? That could be all right. Snoopy, you fell asleep. Why? Are you saying that this live stream is boring now that I'm just trying to figure out a watch list? You know what? Let's do Frenzy. Although, you know what I'm going to do first? I have never heard of these other directors that they're listing here. Moorhead and Benson. So let's just search that first and see what we get. Moorhead and Benson. Moorhead and Benson ranked. Oh, these guys. I think I would rather do Frenzy. You know, just to have a Hitchcock in there. All right, so that's that checked off. We only got 6 films left to play with, so let's look at this. We've got all of these so far except for the one satanic film that we still need. Okay, so we need one satanic film, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which is the amount of films we have left. Couldn't have done it any more perfect if I tried. All right. So one film based on the work or invoking the name of Bram Stoker. Did Bram Stoker do anything other than Dracula? I know he's best known for Dracula, but what else did he do? You know? Bibliography. The Snake's Path, The Fate of... Okay. Actually quite a few, and they're probably all that. Can you search by... I think you probably can, right? Bram Stoker. Original writer. Nice. Van Helsing. No Way in Hell. The Monster Squad? That could be a good one. I always wanted to watch this. This is like an 80s classic, right? And it's considered a horror film? Nope, it is not. Although I feel like this probably is, right? It's got Dracula, it's got the Wolfman, it's got this dude, it's got the Mummy. It probably count as a horror film, right? Right, guys? Right? Right? It's probably fine, right? Nosferatu, Dracula Untold, Vampiros Lesbos, though. Who can say no to that? Dracula, Prince of Darkness. That's a Christopher Lee film. That could be all right. Dracula Untold. Taste the Blood of Dracula. Argento's Dracula. I'm going to avoid that one like the plague. The Tomb of Dracula. What is this? What is that? Wait, The Awakening. What are you? When a British archaeologist violates an Egyptian queen's tomb, her evil spirit enters his daughter. What? Oh, it's a Charlton Heston film. Man, that does not look like a good movie, though. It's probably why it's down here at the bottom. Bram Stoker's The Mummy. Did Bram Stoker write the original The Mummy? That's kind of cool. Damn it. Dracula. Okay, Dracula, Prince of Darkness makes sense. Is this the first of these? Because I don't want to watch them out of order. This is one of the Hammer films, right? Wait, Hammer is still making films? They made The Lodge? I didn't know that. 66. This is done by sort of by popularity. Release date, earliest first. Oh man, they did a lot of not good movies for a while. Oh dear, this was the worst way of searching for this. Also, why is this not just a continuous list? Why is it set up this way? Curse of Frankenstein. Oh, the original Dracula is that one. Damn it. Why do I still have Dracula 3000 up there? Boo Earns. Boo Earns. So I don't think I can do that one. You know what? I'm going to count Monster Squad. Fuck it. There's no way this movie could have all of these people in it and not be, at least in some way, horror related, right? Count Dracula adjourns to Earth, accompanied by Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and the Gill-Man. The Uglies are in search of a powerful amulet that will grant them the power to rule the world. Our heroes, the Monster Squad, are the only ones daring to stand in their way. I'm gonna count it. And if people say that I can't have it, then I'm just gonna say they don't want fun. You gotta have fun, you know? You gotta have fun. So Bram, we got that. Let's see. What's the next one? The Monster Squad is a kids' horror film. That's all I need. As long as it's a horror film. One film based on a Clive Barker story. We already got that with Nightbreed. One film that was released the year you turned 10. All right, here we go. Best horror films from 1995. Species, let's go. List of horror. No. There, that's what I want. Memories, I've already seen that, unfortunately. Wait, what the hell? What is this? Yeah, show me that. All right, so it's going backwards. Evil Ed, I mean, let's start with number 1, baby. Memories, I've already seen that. The Day of the Beast. It's a Christmas movie? After having unexpectedly deciphered the code behind St. John's cryptic book of Revelation, the dedicated father determined to commit as many sins as possible with the intention to avert the burst of the beast and with it the end of the world. He leaves Madrid. I mean, that's a satanic film too. The Day of the Beast. I think we might have to do that one. I think I've seen Demon Knight. I've seen Outbreak. Haven't seen The Prophecy, but don't really want to see it. And this film had, what, like a 7.5 or something? Yeah, that's pretty high up. Let's do that. The Day of the Beast. Easy. Easy. And I'm definitely going to count that as like a satanic film. Like, it very obviously is that. So that's cool. Might be able to get that Inside movie in here now. Let's just see what's going on here. A Mario Bava film and a film with X in the title. So Mario Bava, this is actually fascinating because I don't really remember which Bava films I've seen or not. The inventor of Giallo, basically. I've seen a lot of his... Yeah, I've seen like his 3 big films. Blood and Black Lace, Black Sunday, and Bay of Blood. Bay of Blood is really like the proto Friday the 13th movie. If you ever want to know like where they got the idea for the Jason movies, it's Bay of Blood. So I guess genre, let's just make sure these are horror films. They're all horror films. So what do we got here? Kill, Baby, Kill, The Girl Who Knew Too Much, Planet of Vampires, Blood and Black Lace. Okay, these were all early 60s. What is this movie? Shock, 1977. Oh, Daria Nicolidi. We like her in this house. A couple is terrorized in their new house, haunted by the vengeful ghost of the woman's former husband who possesses her young son. What? That's a little bit too cyclical. What's Kill Baby Kill all about? A 20th century European village is haunted by the ghost of a murderous little girl. Ooh, that sounds creepy as shit, actually. Yeah, let's do this. Kill Baby Kill. Kill Baby Kill. So there's our Bava. Satanic is done. And then I think there's just one more. A film with X in the title. That's a horror film. Is there an easy way to search for this? I don't know. Films with X in the title. Oh, there's actually a Wikipedia article for this. Cool. Can we pick out a horror movie? The Zitro series? Yo, that looks like horror to me. Some extraterrestrials aren't friendly. What is this? Never heard of this movie. New Line Cinema. Okay. Has anyone here heard of this film? And will I be able to get access to it? This I'm a little worried about. How many people have seen it? Only 15,000. I mean, that just looks ridiculous. Genres, yeah, horror for sure. Returns to Earth and seeks out his wife and son, but Rachel has since been living with Joe, and the reunion is awkward. I'm just going to do one quick little check. Again, make sure I can get this movie. From the library. From the library. Yep. Alright, I don't want to commit myself immediately, but that seems like a good one. Like, I don't know if any of these other ones are horror films or not. Excuse me? Oh, jeez. Extreme Close-Up is a thriller film. Exchange, Xanadu, Zala? That does not look like a horror film. What is this? Double X? It's an anthology film. Oh, right, and all of the, yeah. Wait, XX Beautiful Beast, that's just pornography. Triple X series, that's not horror. That's anime, I guess. Alright, I think this might be the only option. Oh, no. X, the Man with X-Ray Eyes. That sounds like a horror film. It's an American science fiction film in Path Color, produced and directed by Roger Corman. I mean, I don't have any Roger Corman films here. Oh, that just looks ridiculous. It's a horror movie. A doctor uses special eye drops to give himself x-ray vision, but the new power has disastrous consequences. It's Ray Milland as well, though. I'm pretty sure I like Ray Milland. Yeah, Dial M for Murder, Ministry of Fear. He's not bad. All right, we're doing that one. X, the man with the X-ray eyes. Boom. So there's our X, and we have 2 more films to slot in? How did that happen? Hold on. Hold on a second. So we got 6 countries done, 8 decades done, 2 post-apocalyptic or master... Yeah, we got Robert Englund, we got Something Underground. We've got 3 devil, Satan-centered films. This is going to be a problem for me, though. Devil and Satan. I've been substituting hell to mean those things. I think that's probably fine. Right? Maybe with my last 2, I should try to pick some more satanic films, just to make sure I'm covered there. We got the Amicus film, the Worst Dracula film, we've got the Queer film, we've got the 5 from these guys, we've got the 2 Peter Cushing, we've got Bram Stoker, we've got Clive Barker, a film that was released when I turned 10, the Baba film, and the X film. Oh, and 1 Tobe Hooper film. Oh, geez, I almost messed that up. There must always be a Tobe Hooper film. So, Tobe Hooper. Are there any that I haven't seen? I don't know. Just gonna... Oh, wait, have I? I haven't seen Salem's Lot. Yo, this could be a great time to do Salem's Lot. Yeah, we're doing Salem's Lot. Hell yeah. God, I've always wanted to watch that. Salem's Lot, Tobe Hooper, and we have 1 extra one. So, actually, returns to his hometown, haunted house. All right, so let's get 1 more film that has to do with actually the Satan. Is The Love Witch a satanic film? Elaine, a beautiful young witch, is determined to find a man to help her. In her Gothic Victorian apartment, she makes spells and potions and then picks up men and seduces them. However, her spells work too well, and she ends up with a string of hapless victims. She then finally meets the man of her dreams. Her desperation to be loved will drive her to the brink of insanity and murder. Unfortunately, that does not sound like the right kind of movie, although, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to add it anyways. No, wait, hold on. First of all, shouldn't this be 31 film long list? Oh, it is supposed to be 31, so I actually have 2 left to do. Nice. Okay. So, Letterboxd, don't let me down. Satanic movies. The Ninth Gate. Well, I've already seen that. Satanic movies for me to watch. 61 films. Sort by horror. All right, and then yeah, Day of the Beast. Oh, Jigoku. Okay, so we've already got 2 there already, so that's good to see. And then sort by highest rated. List order. Rocco, it's your food time. Dates. When added. Release date. No. Ratings. Average. Highest first. Possession. The Devil's Backbone. I'm pretty sure I've seen The Devil's Backbone. Curse of the Demon. What is this? Mickey Rourke, Robert De Niro. Harry Angel has been hired in search for the truth. Pray he doesn't find it. Down and out private detective Harry Angel is ordered by the mysterious Louise Cypher to go on a mission to find a missing person. His routine failure soon leads to a bloody spar with himself as he goes on a supernatural journey into his own soul. What? Hello, cat. How are you? Are you trying to tell me that this is the satanic film I should try to watch? I mean, it does have the devil in it. All the Colors of the Dark? What is this? Where's her boyfriend? Back mass, only to find her. Don't really know if that's satanic or devil centered though. Oh, Inside. Isn't this the film that you were talking about? Birth of her husband, a woman on the brink of motherhood is tormented in her home by a strange woman who wants her unborn baby. So this is a satanic film? All right, we'll add it in. Just for that nice little cover. Inside from 2007. Nice. And I guess then any old other film that I want to watch. What would be a good one? I want to see, what about witch movies? Because I don't think I have a witch movie in here yet. Or wait, have I? I don't think any of these films are directed by women. Hold on. Best horror films directed by women. Babadook. Excuse me. Yes. Tell me, Mubi. Faust and Mephistopheles? Nice. Two-Faced Killer, a modern thriller by Joe Wright and Dee Dee Wright. Twilight Zone, The Masks. Hey, buddy. Are you trying to come up here? Or are you trying to tell me that you're hungry? Blood Sabbath, Bloodbath. Come With Me, My Love, Messiah of Evil, The Mafu Cage. I've already seen that. House of the Dead. What is this? When a philandering husband accidentally finds himself lost during a rainstorm, he's taken in by an elderly mortician and is forced to learn the ghastly origins of 4 freshly arrived corpses. That sounds kind of fun. The House of the Dead. I think maybe I'll try that one. A Night to Dismember? Yes. Oh, wait, what is this? The Being. Toxic waste dumping in a small Idaho town turns a young boy into a horrible mutant monster. The town's police chief and government scientists team up to stop the monster, which is quickly killing off the town's citizenry. It's got Martin Landau in it. That's cool. Spookies, Strip to Kill, Near Dark, I've seen that. Wolf's Hole. Blood Sisters, Home Sweet Home. Is there another list I can look at here? I don't want to do Rotten Tomatoes. Hey, you. Get out of there. Rocco's making another appearance because he's annoying. Wow, that took a long time to load. Jeez Louise. Hirisa the Bone, Tiger's Not Afraid, Hellbender, Sissy, Good Manners. Rocco, what are you doing? Oh, The Love Witch. Yeah, why don't we do The Love Witch then? Cool. The Love Witch. I've always meant to watch that. And it's a witch movie. Perfect. So, there we go. I think that's it. I'll take away the rank list thing, but here we go. The 31 films I'm going to try to watch for spooky season as part of the Hooptober thing, whatever that is. We got Martyrs, Night of the Demon, Kawaii, Piranha, Maniac Cop, In the Mouth of Madness, The Skin I Live In, The Seventh Victim, Mad God, The Terror Within, My Bloody Valentine, Jigoku, Dead and Buried, Dead Hooker in a Trunk, Scream and Scream Again, The Hound of the Baskervilles, Dracula 3000, god damn it, I hate that that's there, The Hunger, Nightbreed, Sisters, The Fury, People Under the Stairs, Gothic, Frenzy, The Monster Squad, Day of the Beast, Kill Baby Kill, X the Man with X-Ray Eyes, Salem's Lot, Inside, and The Love Witch. All 31. There we go. Please let me know if you guys are going to be doing this as well. I think it's going to be kind of fun. I think it'll be kind of fun. And I'm just going to quickly do that thing that I need to do with this list now, which is Satanic Krieg. Copy link address. And then go here. How are people getting these short boxed things? I should know how to do that. Is it just like share? Oh yeah, that makes sense. And there we go. Boom. So I hope all of you guys will join me in making a list for all of the films that you desperately want to watch during the Halloween season. I think with Hooptober, it's starting on September 15th, so you will be able to start a little bit early. I will not be starting on September 15th because I have TIFF up until, I think, the 17th. And then I'm probably not going to watch any movies for like a week. Just going to take a little time off from that craziness because I will be watching like over 30 films at TIFF, and that's a ridiculous amount of films to watch in a very short amount of time. I'll add La La Land to my list. Nothing more horrific than a white man mansplaining jazz to a woman. Very true. Very true, right, Rocco? Right? Oh, you're looking at me like I'm food. Uh-oh. I should be worried. The Love Witch is amazing. It'll be a great month. Sick. Satan's Cheerleader sounds low-key fire. Oh, I should have added that one. Night of the Demon is a really good satanic film. Oh, so I'm just watching way more satanic films that I even realized. That's cool. Maybe Next of Kin 1982. Haven't seen it, though. Oh, man, you guys are giving me like good ideas here for satanic films. Apparently the new Salem's Lot reboot that was supposed to come this year hasn't had a release date after test screenings happened last year, and it's completed. Yeah, it's probably not very good. If it's coming from WB, they might have also just canceled it for that whole like tax credit thing that they were doing. The Love Witch is a very artistic film that has an execution that feels like it was released back in the 1960s. Sick. It's kind of like House of the Devil then, which is cool. Probably would make a good double bill, actually. So, with that, cinephiles, cinemaniacs, whoever or however you may identify, this is it for me. Also, I should have mentioned this much earlier in the live stream, but the special members only live stream will be happening this coming Monday, I do believe. Let me just double check my calendar. Yes. So on Monday, September the 4th, which I think is actually Labor Day, I'm going to be doing the special members-only exclusive live stream for people at the Cinemaniacs level or higher, where I'm going to go through every single film that I watched in August and put it in a rank list and talk about them a bit more in depth, give my thoughts on them, and of course, interact and chat with all of you. So if you want to become a member, please hit the join button down below and come hang out. Come hang out on Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And please join the Discord. Please like the live stream, do the things. And once again, thank you so very much to every single person who tuned in and who has supported the channel once again. You are all incredible. Thank you so much. And with that, I will say goodnight to you. Have a good week. Watch good movies. And I will see you hopefully next Monday, or if not, on Tuesday. Bye-bye.